Good morning, everybody. Welcome to DTR Wednesday. It's February 16th, 2022. Let's get after it, right? Should be an exciting day. We're now gapping down here a little bit this morning after this kind of relative strength, right? Where retail sales come in, and that seems to be pushing the market down here a little bit. We're getting further reports of there being a little bit of mixed signals out of the Ukraine-Russian front, right, where yesterday, right, the headline was that Ukrainian troops are pulling back from the border, right, and today we're not really getting any confirmation of that actually happening. So exercises are ongoing until sort of that February 20th timeframe, and we'd expect for it to be a little bit kind of volatile still from that element here until that's possible or until that kind of comes together. So for now, right, we got a pretty significant gap down here, right? Significant gap fill to kind of get towards that 4160 area. And if we're able to get that kind of momentum and that sort of strength, we have a really good chance to kind of run this down towards that 440 zone. And then under there, right, we can kind of look for moves down towards that 435, 430, right, if we can really get a significant breakdown. QQQ, right, pretty similar setup here as well, right, kind of an ascending wedge pattern here where it's not really breaking out, not really breaking down, not really a gap to fill here to the downside, so maybe need to be a little bit more patient. That being said, right, there is a shelf here, so if we lose this like 351, 350 area, right, maybe there's a bit of a psych zone that we could take advantage of here to the downside, but we're not going to force this, right, we're going to see how this thing wants to set up, and then we can kind of go from there. Apple, right, still holding up relatively well. We need to break up and over this 173.20 for any kind of breakout towards that 175. We do have a little bit of a gap to fill here to the downside as well, but it's not nearly as big as sort of something like that SPY, right? So maybe not as likely or not as easy for us to get that downside trigger here, but we're going to kind of cross that bridge when we get to it and see how this behaves. Apple might be our kind of strongest candidate for a possible Bollinger Band rejection, and we'll see how this kind of wants to shape up and behave this morning, right? Apple's a little bit of a tough one here because it's showed so much relative strength, and we still want to invalidate this kind of January 28th like high volume day. Until that's sort of invalidated, it's pretty hard to be bearish. So still kind of have a bullish bias, right? And we need to see a pretty significant volume bar to want to go to the downside. Tesla holding up really well here pre-market, right? Kind of in that 920 area, right? 914 now. Doesn't really have a gap to fill, but if we can lose under this 892, right, we definitely have a few levels down towards those 880s and then that 850 area. My bias is to the upside here though, right, because we seem to be bouncing off of this trend line, can't seem to break down under it. So either looking for a breakout over this 935 for continuation towards sort of that 950, 960, and then kind of that 980 area, or looking for a breakdown under this 848, right, for a move towards that, say, 826, right, 816, 800 zone. So a lot of potential here on Tesla, but I think in the short term, right, we have to have a bullish bias here until we can kind of lose this trend line, and then we're able to be kind of flipping our hips and be flexible. Microsoft's a little bit of a challenging one here, right? Would like to see it break out above this 301.50 on volume. If it can, right, we definitely have a kind of a path forward towards this 310 zone. If it can show us that momentum, if it can show us that strength, then hopefully we can get a little bit of a breakout. There is a trend line here, right? But it's not perfect. It's not clean because we have a few breaks and a few failures. So we need to see kind of highs, right? To really be bullish, right? We need to see highs kind of over that 312, right? High over that 315 area. So short term, right? Maybe a little bit more challenging, but if we get that strong momentum, it can come together for us. AMD is going to be worth keeping an eye on here all day long just because this volume is incredible, right? So we're seeing fantastic volume there yesterday, right? Increasing volume after that inside bar. So inside bar tends to tell us, consolidation, right? Consolidation equals one side has given up. So we've got one side given up, followed that up with a strong full body bullish day, right, on increasing volume. So if this thing can give us that rip over this 122, right, it definitely looks like it has got space towards that 125 and then that 127.85, right, that kind of area, even possibly being able to push this thing towards that 130 zone. Again, though, we need to be a little bit careful here with this AMD because it has a catalyst, right? Not necessarily AMD's catalyst, but it has kind of a sector name, right, that has earnings today. So NVIDIA's got earnings here today, right? They're going to be sympathy plays off each other. They tend to give us similar setups. They tend to kind of behave the same way. So we might get some kind of screwy action here in NVIDIA that might give us a few kind of false breakouts or false signals. We just want to be a little bit careful of that we're not kind of falling in love with. So if we can get that strong signal, right, if we can get that momentum and it looks perfect, yeah, all in, right? It's going to be a fantastic looking setup. Love this volume profile. We have a lot of room up towards that 130, but we need to be just a little bit careful with it this morning that we're not getting ourselves suckered into just that first move that comes on it, right? NVIDIA, same thing. We are going to be interested in this because this is incredible volume. We can't ignore this trend line bounce, right? Follow that up with like the biggest volume we've seen in like 3 weeks, right? So now if we can get this breakout up and over, say this 270 on volume, right? It starts to move like $2.50, right? $3, right? At a time, and can kind of go towards that, 272, 275, right? Path towards that 280. Only thing we need to be very, very concerned about here today with this NVIDIA, besides its earnings, is that the option premiums, right, if the IV doesn't become too expensive here for us. So anything that's like well above 100% or even really toying around that level, it's going to become a little bit scary or a little bit stressful to trade where the move just might be already priced in. So if that happens, right, hopefully we can find a sympathy play in that AMD and maybe the IV will be a little bit more reasonable there. Like always, we're going to have a few alternative names that might give us kind of that high volume triggers, right? And we have a good chance to kind of get that strong momentum. But we need to be patient and see where that relative strength lies this morning. We still have a little bit of a nervous market, right? We have FOMC minutes coming out today, but these gap downs definitely create a little bit of potential for us and should create a situation, or at least create enough of a situation where we can use Bollinger Bands, right, to find kind of reasonable levels. If we get bounces, right, maybe we're going to get bounces off of this opening 30 min, right, all these sort of things. 10-year Treasury hanging out at 2.01 and the VIX hanging out at 26.57. Apologies. So definitely enough expectation of there being some volatility. We need to see that volume step in to support some of these moves. Yesterday, very, very low volume day. And when we get such low volume days or such kind of decreasing momentum, right, it's hard to think that we're going to get a lot of follow through on those breakouts. So in the short term, right, we still need to be very disciplined and very patient, holding out for our A+, right, perfect trades and setups. So that's really kind of this morning's plan. I still think it's a little bit of a nervous market, and we're going to see how things come together. For those of you who are new to DTR, this is your first DTR Wednesday, welcome. Very happy for you to have joined us. My name is Michael. I've been trading for a little bit over 8 years now. Started my career working for a pretty big hedge fund in the UK. Now I've been trading my own money for a little bit. What I do here is maybe a little bit different than other trading rooms. I try to talk you through all my trades exactly as they happen. So where my entry is, where my stop loss is, what strike I'm placing, right? What my profit target is, all these sort of things. I'll try to talk you through every single example and my position sizing, whole 9 yards. So try to be as transparent as possible. We go through this process together. My number one priority here is always risk management and just making sure that we have the skills to turn trading into a numbers game, right? That's what trading is. That's what trading should be. We're not going to be winning traders every single day. We're not going to be winning traders on every single trade. If someone sells you that, right, they're selling you an unrealistic expectation of what is possible in the market. But if we're disciplined, if we're patient, and we wait for our good setups, right, we can win 75, 80% of the time and really change our lives with incredible amounts of money. So that's what we try to do here, right? We try to compound wins. We try to create a consistent, proven process, and then just keep stacking up wins from there. If there's any setups that you're looking at, pop them in the chat and we'll gladly go over them and talk you through how I would trade them. But our number one priority, right, is to only trade the highest quality setups, the strongest names, and the best looking charts. I personally trade options, right? And so that means I generally focus on 5 or 6, 7 kind of names that give me that consistent option flow and liquidity requirements that I'm looking for. So for me, that is SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA. We do get a few outliers every now and then that step in and kind of give us other looks, but they are volume dependent. We do have a few execution-based rules, right? We want to make sure that we're not getting stuck in something that's got bad option spreads or anything that's sort of got that inconsistent volume that we can kind of get chopped out on. We're scalpers, we take profit quickly, and I'll talk you guys through things as they come together. For reference, right, all my entries are going to be marked with a green line, and all my stop losses will be marked with a red line. I'll talk you through those setups, right, as they come together, but we're not going to force plays here this morning. Like I said, guys, if this is your first DTR Wednesday, say hello, introduce yourselves. The more you interact with me here in the stream, right, the more we can chat, the more we can all learn here together. It's got to be our first priority here this morning, and then everything else will take care of itself. So say hello, introduce yourselves, and let's get ready to have ourselves a big day. I'm just going to take a minute or two here to spend just a second to kind of visualize a successful trading day. Very much believe in the power of visualization, and then make myself a quick cup of coffee. So I'll be back in about 2.5, 3 minutes, and we'll get ready to absolutely crush it again, and we'll do a quick little pre-market rundown here this AM. All right, everyone, so let's do a quick little another pre-market rundown here. If you guys could like and subscribe, really helps with pushing the algo numbers, right? To get more people to watch the stream. So the more people that like this video, right, more people will see it, and that always helps me out. Do this content for free on Wednesdays. So more I could get, the better. Thank you very much. So let's do a quick little rundown here again, right? Pre-market. So getting a little bit of a gap down now this AM. Right, we're kind of selling off from those 446 highs. We do have a gap to fill here to the downside, right, of approximately like $3. So pretty nice sized gap to fill. Gives us a little bit of time where we can afford to be patient here this AM. But if we get that strong outlier volume here to the downside, we definitely have space to fill, and then, you know, easy follow through down towards yeah, thanks, Red to Green. So yeah, really big gap downs here, right? Definitely have some good strength. So if we can get that follow through here to the downside, right, we've got a path towards that 435 area. Under that 435, right, we're gonna have a really aggressive sell-off, right, down towards that 430. But let's not get too carried away first, right? Let's see if we can get that volume to give us that breakdown and follow through here to the downside. If not, right, we're gonna look for Bollinger Band reversals, right, or breakouts, right, if we can get them on one of these shorter time frames, and then see where that relative strength lies. Yesterday's range was so tight, right, that if we can get a high volume breakout above, we do have a little bit of space, right, towards sort of these next sort of pseudo levels. So if that volume is perfect, right, we're going to have a look there. QQQ, right, very similar looking setup, right, very similar story, but not really much of a gap to fill here to the downside. So slightly larger range here in QQQ, kind of only like, a dollar, right? So we might struggle to kind of get that right risk reward profile here to the downside, or at least, as a gap fill setup. That being said, right, this volume standard also very challenging here, where we might not get this to kind of behave where we get that, building momentum here. We need to be very, very patient with this, right? QQQ might be a little bit more challenging for us to trade as puts, right, versus calls. So our buy is kind of more bullish here than bearish. We're looking for a breakout over this, say, 357 area. If we can get that, then we definitely have some space, right, towards kind of this upper zone of this trend line. We have a couple areas where this is rejected here before. So we'd like to see, some sort of show of strength, right, some sort of sign that invalidates that weakness, before we're willing to chase any big breakouts over this like 366 area. Apple, right, another very similar trend line, right, kind of are approaching the sort of upper trend line, decreasing daily volume, so we don't have that sign of building momentum. So again, right, you need to be a little bit cautious here and very open to kind of 30 min, right, Bollinger Band rejections. Got quite a lot of space down towards that 167, right, but I'd imagine that there becomes a little bit of resistance or friction at that 170 zone. Need to break down though here on volume, and that shouldn't be too hard to do based on yesterday's volume standard. So our standard of proof that we need to get here, right, not that challenging. That being said though, with this Apples, it's shown us a lot of relative strength here in kind of recent weeks, and we've done nothing to sort of invalidate this sort of January 28th, right, high volume day. So, if we kind of look at that in context, right, maybe this is just a bit of a bull flag right here. If we just shorten this line, right, a little bit of a bull flag, right, bouncing off of that high volume day for a test towards that, 182, back towards those all-time highs. So, we do have an opportunity where this thesis can flip on us very quickly, and we can afford to be patient. So this low volume here within context is still okay, if we look at this as kind of that consolidation period, but we need to see a high volume breakout or breakdown in either direction. And I think it's a little bit harder like QQQ to be bearish, just because we haven't seen anything that invalidates this strength that we saw on January 28th. Tesla, right, maybe my favorite looking setup here today. Like this inside bar bounce off of this trend line, then gap up and go yesterday, right? Not really gapping down here too much, right? Still holding above that 900 area pre-market and showing us relative signs of strength. Ascending wedge pattern here. So we don't care too much that this is decreasing daily volume. What we care about is if we get that, decent size pop and follow through on this breakout. Above this 935, right, we do have wicks above, right, but they stop at like this 945 to 950 area. So that gives us, $10 to $15 of space that we can kind of play with, and gives us a little bit of potential where we can find that sort of relative strength this AM. If we're able to get that follow through, right, past that 950, then Tesla moves, $10 at a time towards that, 982 area, right? And we have a lot of chance for that kind of follow through. I don't know. Well, we're going to need a really strong market, right, for Tesla to give us a run towards that $1,000 mark. And I don't know how strong it can be, but this is pretty textbook looking pattern, right? If it kind of gives us that fake out or wants to kind of misbehave here a little bit, we'll just push this up towards that 950, wait for a breakout up and over that zone, and kind of make that standard a little bit more challenging for ourselves. But in the short term, right, looking at 935 breakout, see if we can get that high volume follow through. Microsoft, right, ascending wedge pattern here, right? Maybe you can look at this as inside kind of a consolidation here, wedge as well, kind of same thing like Apple and QQQ and SPY, right? But I kind of prefer this as an ascending wedge, right? Kind of a point of confluence here, right? So midline on the BB, trend line bounce, right? Area, psych area, right? 300. So we have a lot of spots where, price is interacting and now kind of giving us a reaction, right? So we're either at this point of confluence, right, or as we approach it or as we reject off of it, we're expecting a reaction in either direction, right? Either bull step in to push it up and over, right, or bear step in to defend and break it down. If we get this thing to break down, right, then we're looking for a nice Bollinger Band reversal, right, down past under that 300, right, down towards like that 292 area. And then obviously if we lose that sort of trend line, right, and we kind of change this narrative, we're looking for kind of breakdowns under this like 290.60 to 289.70 for follow through down towards that 283. AMD, right, giving us maybe the best looking high volume profile here this morning, right? Increasing daily volume, bounce off trend line, inside bar bounce, no news catalyst of its own. So I think give us that breakout, right, and bounce over this 122. I think it has a lot of room up towards that 125 and then that 127.85, and then eventually a test of that like 130 zones. If we can get that strength, if we can get that momentum, then AMD should be a lot of fun to trade. We do need to be a little bit careful with it here today, though, because NVIDIA has earnings, right, today after the close. So, I mean, we shouldn't see too much funky positioning here in AMD, but these, two names are like brother and sister, right? They work off of each other. So if one has a bad day, the other kind of has a bad day as well. We're going to get a lot of similar setups. So, if NVIDIA gets crushed, I'd imagine AMD does. But I do also think that maybe the premium on AMD might be a little bit more affordable and easier to trade for us compared to that NVIDIA. Right. That being said, NVIDIA giving us a stronger volume profile there yesterday and stronger looking daily candle, right? So most bullish looking candle, most bullish looking volume that we've seen in about 3 weeks. So we can get this thing to show us even more strength and then break out over that 270 zone. We're going to have a lot of potential towards that 270, 220, 275, 277, 280 areas. And then we can really run this thing up and have a lot of fun with it. So really that's going to be priority number one here, right, is kind of figuring out which one of these names is going to give us that best look. They're going to be hard for us to play rejections because of this building momentum, right? With some of these other names, we can look to play volume divergence breakdowns, right? Higher highs on decreasing volume, not exactly a sign of relative strength to the downside. So we have a lot of setups that look like they could show us that relative strength. We just need to see where that volume steps in. We need to see what becomes A plus, and then, right, we're going to have a great opportunity to take advantage of that strength this morning. For those of you who are new to DTR, thank you for joining us on DTR Wednesday. Welcome, say hello, introduce yourselves. The more you can chat, right, the more you can ask questions, the more I can answer, right, the more I can chat about. I personally trade large cap options, right, mostly SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA. Those seem to be kind of my core names and kind of where I make my bread and butter. We're pretty different here at DTR compared to other trading rooms. This is not a Discord-only service, right? I live stream all my trades live in real time, so you guys can see exactly my entries, exactly my exits, and I'll talk you through all my trades as they're happening. We're not going to overtrade. We're not going to force things. We're going to wait for things to be A+, and I'll talk you through all my thoughts throughout the day as that kind of comes together. So more questions you can ask, right, about position management, risk management, setups, right? The better, the more it helps me. But we're going to try our very best to find, high quality setups, high quality trades, and hopefully make a little bit of money. For those of you who are new, right, I got a few free resources available for you in the description below. You can download your free Trader's Guidebook. Just click the link in the description and you'll be able to download that for free. Otherwise, guys, it'd be really helpful if you could like the video and subscribe. Helps just get this out to as many people as possible and share with your friends, right? The more people get to see, the more this helps. If I'm able to get to sort of all-time viewers here today or sort of most concurrent viewers at once, we're going to look to do a little giveaway. Hey, good morning, Takeshi. How you doing? So it should be a strong day, guys, right? We have an expectation of there being some volatility, but let's not force things. Let's not overtrade, and let's have ourselves a really, really strong day. So definitely my favorite setup here this morning, right? Give me a combination of this AMD, NVIDIA, right, and Tesla. Both of these look like they have kind of that right relative strength. So let's see which one can kind of give us that perfect look. We're not going to fall in love with anything off this opening 5 min, right? Let's see how these candles can close. Let's see where that relative strength comes in. And then we're going to look to take advantage of it. This gap down does slow down the potential of kind of that easy bullish breakout here this AM. So we'll see where the strength steps in, but something like this NVIDIA, right, it's not too far to go here. That $8 move can go really quickly. So we're definitely very much in play, and we should get something hopefully in this first sort of hour and a half. We're not going to overtrade though, guys, right? It's not a room that does 200 trades a day. It's not what our style is. That's not how we make money in this market. We believe in the power of 1%, right? How 10% win a day can help you double your account every 70 days, right? It's a sustainable, proven method to become a winning day trader. It's not this lottery, right, where you gamble and punt all your money on plays. We think about doing things the right way and doing things, right, just a little bit differently than everyone else. If you want to be the 10% that survived, you got to work with the 10% that have survived, right? And so that's what we do here. We're a little bit different. And we try to be very, very transparent with our process. If there's anything that I don't mention about my trade or anything you'd like to see any information on, let me know. I'll do my very best to tell you all about it. But here to talk you guys through everything as it happens. So number one priority, right? Make sure your risk management is spot on. The point of risk management, right, is to make sure that you're able to survive a losing trade, right? No trader wins 100% of the time. No trader has a green day 100% of the time. But if you are able to size your plays, right, and keep trading a numbers game, you're going to be able to do better than not, right? And so that's what the objective is here. Turn trading into a numbers game, remove the emotions, and find kind of the strongest winning plays. We have about 45 seconds here to market open. So let's get ready to absolutely crush it, right? Make sure you're not too far behind on the stream. You have your execution software up and you're ready to go. Now let's have ourselves a big day here, guys. So there we go, right? This is market open. We are not chasing anything off this opening bell. We're going to wait for some of our alerts to trigger, right? We're going to wait for some of these 5-min candles to close, and then we're going to see where that relative strength lies. We're not chasing this first action, right? We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So let's wait for where these volume profiles are strong. Let's wait to see where we get those A+ candle volume combos, and then we can look to take advantage of those moves. Right off this opening bell, Apple seems to be showing us really good relative strength, right? Really impressive volume here so far. So if this flips, right, we could have a chance for this to go engulfing on volume. Tesla, right, similar story, but maybe a slightly disappointing volume pace off this opening minute, right? Maybe can have a chance to go engulfing on volume, but it's got a lot of work to do before it's ready. QQQ, right, we struggle with the indexes to kind of get that engulfing volume here off this opening bell, especially going into yesterday, right? Yesterday, very impressive close into that very impressive volume going into close. So it's going to be hard for us to exceed that off this opening 5-min. NVIDIA, right, incredible volume here so far, about halfway there to supersede, right, yesterday's close with 3.5 minutes to go on that candle. AMD, right, same story. So AMD and NVIDIA might be the easiest bearish or most bearish looking setups here so far this morning. We're going to continue to keep an eye on them and see where that relative strength lies. Microsoft has a chance to go engulfing on volume as well, right about halfway there with 3.5 minutes to go. So worth keeping an eye on this too. So we have 3 things that are maybe setting up here right off this opening bell. We're showing us some sort of relative strength. Facebook giving us a really impressive bounce here. Really impressive bounce on volume. So this will be worth keeping an eye on too if QQQ and SPY want to kind of go green. Don't want to fight the general indexes here, right? So if QQQ is dumping, right, we're going to assume that AMD and NVIDIA are probably going to be selling, right? That Apple's going to be selling. We don't want to be fighting the indexes here, right? Let's not fight the trend. Let's just show or figure out where that relative strength lies compared to the indexes, then take advantage of the strongest looking setup, right? So for us, because these volume profiles are so tough, makes it almost impossible for us to expect that we're going to get that A+ setup here in this QQQ, whereas something like this AMD or NVIDIA at least give us a more reasonable opportunity to get kind of this most bearish candle combined with that increasing outlier volume. So that's what we're waiting for here, right? We're not going to fall in love with any of these moves until these candles close, and then we can kind of see where that kind of strength lies. A little bit of a recovery here, right? So we're trying to avoid these kind of head fakes, and if we have to be a little bit patient here, right, that's what we have to do. Roblox, right? Pretty impressive bounce here so far after its earnings. Pretty disappointing results, but big gap down now. People are kind of buying back. I'm always a little bit skeptical playing these earnings plays, right? Especially the day of on names that I don't trade very often, but it seems to be bouncing off of these $54 lows, right? That seems to be basically all-time lows. So just be a little bit careful here for those who are interested, but this can give you that A+ candle, A+ volume, definitely could be interesting. So far, I've given you that incredible breakout strength here as well. Maybe you want to be a little bit careful though here, right? You want to see something that exceeds something on February 11th. So we're just going to go session break here for a sec, right? And go back to sort of February 11th. So highest volume bar, right? Kind of this 1140, call it 935. So you need to see something that exceeds this standard. So not bad, right, on this SoFi. Pretty good volume. Looks like it's going to be bigger than this, Feb 14th. I know it's a little bit of a tough one to see, but pretty good volume standard here. So if I can give you that full body close, definitely could be a looker. Not one I normally trade here, right? And you probably want to see this breakout a little bit, but you have room towards that 1350 area. Snapchat, really good bounce here as well. Some of these social media names, right, showing us a lot of relative strength here this morning. Can be worth looking at these going into these 5-min closes. So let's keep an eye on Facebook here, right? Facebook might be the play. It's giving us a really strong 30-second close. So let's take a look at some of these Facebook calls here, see if that volume profile is good enough. Those 220s definitely have the right volume profile. So let's see if this thing can give us that full body close. If it does, then I'll be looking at those 220 calls, and green line would be my entry target. Red line would be my stop loss. We don't have this set up yet. We don't have confirmation here yet. This is a BB reversal targeting that 217.15 area and then that 219.20. Okay, so risk reward is pretty good towards that top here, right? We're getting a really good profile, about 4-1. Need to be a little bit careful though, right? That means we need to take about a 20% stop loss here if this thing is going to break out over this 215.44. So I'm looking at those 220 calls here, guys, about half sizing. That spread's a little bit, it's a little bit aggressive, so we want to be patient here as well. Right, let's not get too in love with this move here yet. Okay, that's going to be a risk reward failure here on Facebook. Can't chase this now. Right? Not increasing volume there, no building momentum. So we have no conviction that Apple's going to give us follow through here to the downside. Nvidia, right? Not that full body close, even though good volume. So we can't have conviction that this is strong sellers, right? This kind of looks like that least bearish candle or a mix, right? So if we have that kind of indecision, we want those consistent stories. SPY, good good candle, not great volume, not the best, right? We could be a little bit better here. Maybe we can get something on the 15, right? Maybe we can get a good look on the 15, but on these 5-min opening candles, right? Not getting those A+ looks. Tesla, Doji, right? So Doji means nothing for me, no immediate setup. Something like this Facebook could set back up, but we need a tighter risk reward profile. I'm not taking a $2 stop here. It's just too big, right? It doesn't make sense for me. So let's see if this thing can kind of tighten back up, give us something less than $1 as a stop loss, then it becomes reasonable. I'm going to want to wait maybe for some of these 15-min signals, right? I think that's maybe where that relative strength could lie. And then we can look to take advantage of those moves. For now, right, nothing A+, nothing perfect. So we still need to be a little bit patient. Something like this NVIDIA, maybe if it gives us that inside bar, right, close around that 259.50, right, could look for that breakdown move underneath. Same idea here in AMD, right? Low vol pullback, right? Might give us an opportunity for a bounce, right? Filled towards that 120 area. So again, right, need to be a little bit patient here. Nothing has gone A+ for us. So let's not force it, right? I don't want to overtrade. Don't want to rush things that aren't there. Let's wait for setups to be absolutely perfect and then take advantage of them. right? AMD, or sorry, NVIDIA, right? Pretty good inside bar here. This thing can give us, if it makes lower lows, right, we need increasing volume, right? If it stays inside bar, we're okay with decreasing or like kind of consolidation volume, right? Because that just tells us consolidation, low volume tells us that one side is given up. So that would be our assumption here. If bears are closing in on a low volume, right, that these low volume bulls have given up, right? And we can have follow through underneath once that low gets taken out. Maybe we're going to make lower lows here. So if that's the case, right, we're going to need to see increasing volume. It's going to be hard to happen here. So maybe it's going to be an easier setup on the 15-min time frame than getting follow through on one of these 5-min. So Facebook's still not quite setting up for us, right? Too much of a pullback for me to be interested in this at the moment. Would like to see this close maybe like 213.70, right? This kind of area, or 214, sorry, that kind of area. And then give us like a $1 risk reward profile. If we can get that, then, we've kind of a reasonable or justifiable trade. At the moment, it becomes a little bit scary. So a little bit of a head fake here to the downside. Head fake to the downside here potentially. Kind of some nasty wicks. We want to be patient. We haven't missed out on anything here yet. Let's see if something can give us A+. Okay, so big selling candle there, right? But we talked about we need that increasing volume on any breakdown, right? We did not get that increasing volume. Didn't get it anywhere, guys, right? We didn't get that increasing volume anywhere. So that means we can't force this play. We can't force this rush, right? Just because things are moving doesn't mean we need to be involved here yet. We're going to wait for things to be A+ and then jump in, right? Some of these 15-min signals, right? Really high volume opens. And so these are giving us a chance, right? But we need to wait for them to give us that A+ candle, A+ volume, right? That's when we're going to have high conviction that we're going to get some follow through. So good looking candles here to the downside, but we need more volume, right? We need to see these candles close with strength. Something like this Microsoft, right? Probably impossible for us to get it, but maybe we can give us that increasing volume here on the 5, right? Maybe we have a look, but I think it's a little bit telling that we can't get that, quickly increasing volume, right? It's like a sneaky sell. So we don't want to get involved in this because this just screams like it wants to head fake us. So we need to see that sign of building momentum, and then we can look to take advantage of these moves. So for now, right, it still looks like it's AMD and NVIDIA giving us kind of that most impressive volume profile. So let's continue to be patient here and see where this relative strength lies. Facebook might be flipping and going bearish here as well, right? No follow through on this inside bar, right? So never closed the way we wanted. Never made higher highs, so no trigger for us, right? No entry. It's why we have that setup confirmation execution method. But looks like it might be showing us a lot of weakness. Needs to maybe catch its breath here before I kind of regain interest. AMD, right? Good volume, but we'd like to see this close on some strength. Apple can go inside bar here, right? Maybe we can look for breakdowns under this 170.75 area, right? Little doji, low volume inside bar could give us that sell-off we're looking for. Weak buyers getting taken out for a flush down towards those 170 lows. But NVIDIA and AMD continue to show us the best volume profiles. So if they can give us those full body candle closes here on these 15-minute time frames, we're going to have a look in one of those plays. Nice little pop there on SoFi, but no sustained follow through. Still a little bit of a downtrend. It seems to be stuck in a bit of a wedge here. So if it can break out above that $14 mark, right, that would be like a wedge bounce play off of lows going into earnings. Could be interesting. A lot of these names are getting crushed in earnings though, right? So don't play these as lotteries. It's just not worth it. Okay, no more inside bar there on Apple. So we need to see engulfing volume here on the 15 or increasing volume on that 5 main candle. Not sure if we're going to get it. Tesla, I'm not sure if we're going to get engulfing volume, right? Could be close. Microsoft, good, but might not have a chance. Airbnb, I've tried to trade before, Zach. Yeah, good morning, bud. Option volume tends to struggle here a little bit. I mean, it's decent on the call side. Looks pretty good. So this is a strong earnings beat, huh? Yeah, you see a couple, right? You see those 185s. They got like 4K volumes. That's plenty. The 195s have like 2K, but the spread's maybe a little bit crappy. Only concern though, right, is QQQ was red. So I don't want to fight the index here a little bit. That's really the main concern. Just makes it hard for us to get that expected follow through. Okay, guys, I am interested here in AMD. Okay, so we don't have an entry target here yet, right? Let's give this a second. So good increasing volume. We need to see this thing pull back here first. We need to see this thing pull back. Give us a logical area for a stop loss. We don't have that yet, right? We need a logical area for a stop loss. So just wait it out for a second, right? Wait it out. There we go. So now we're seeing it pull back green, right? Now we have a logical entry area. We have a logical area for a stop loss. Okay, 50 cents, right? Pretty reasonable. Looking at those 115 puts here, guys. Looking at those 115 puts under 117.36. So this is about a 2/3 position size play, right? 15% stop loss. If it can go, we think we've got room down towards that like 115, 116 area. So we definitely have some space here. So still waiting here, guys, right? Still waiting for an entry. This thing still wants to break down, right? We still could have a look here. So not shaken out, right? Or not entered in this yet, right? We don't chase this initial breakout. So we always wait for that little pullback, logical area for a stop loss, see that strength get taken out, and then look for moves down. So we're still interested in breakdowns under this 117.36. So let's see if this thing can give us that break. Here we go. We're getting close here, guys. So looking for a breakdown under this 117.36. Here's the trade plan. So getting close here, right? Getting close. All right, guys, I am in. Average price $199 on those 115 puts. Let's see if this thing can give us that pop here to the downside. There we go. Let's see if it can go here. Let's see if it can go. Like to get some immediate follow through here, right? Get to entry protection mode. If we can kind of break down under this 117, right? I'm going to look to take a little bit of profit off. We're not quite there yet. So let's see if this thing can give us that big pop down. We can look to lock in some profit, de-risk, and have a nice lottery ticket for this thing. But holding up pretty well here, right? Still hanging out at entry price. So let's see if this thing can flush for us. Okay, watch closely here, right? Watch closely. So SPY looking like it wants to break down, right? QQQ looking like it wants to break down. So we look like we're in pretty good shape here, right? Now let's see if AMD can give us that immediate pop and quick follow through so we can lock in profit, have ourselves a nice little play here. Anyone else catch this trade with me? Here we go, guys, right? Starting to move here now, starting to move here. Let's go, Nitesh. Let's go. Let's see if this thing can start going here, guys, right? Starting to get a nice little pop now, pushing 10% almost on these contracts. So we're going to take off 1/5, or I'm going to take off 1/5 of my position here as we approach this 220 on the ask. So let's see if we can get this thing to, on the bid. So I'm going to try to take some off here. There we go, guys. Locked in a little bit of profit here at this 220. Let's see if we can keep getting a little bit of follow through underneath. Stop loss now on my remainder is at $2. And let's see if we can keep getting a follow through, right? Locked in a little bit of profit here. Now cannot let this trade go red after being up 10%. So took some profit, guys, right? Stop loss in at at $2. Let's see if this thing can keep running. But we are in great shape here now. We should have zero risk on the remainder of this play. And let's see if we can keep getting that follow through, right? We're going to try to take some more off on the way down. But so far, so good, right? First tick, first profit. Let's go. Nice work, Jamie. Good job, man. So far, so good here, everyone, right? So far, so good. Like I said, stop loss, $2 on my remainder. And I've taken 1/5 of my position off. See if we can get this next wave to now give us that big pop here. So I'm going to push my stop loss a little bit higher here, guys, right? 210 on my remainder. And I'm going to look to take a little bit more off as we keep making lower lows here. So this thing is really starting to push, right? Creeping up towards that 15% barrier. So let's see if this thing can keep flushing here for us and giving us a little bit of follow through. But we are in great shape. If we kind of reach those like 235s, 240s on these contracts, I'm going to look to take a little bit more off, right? Another 1/5 of my original position. And then we'll see if we can keep getting a bit more action. but we're in great shape here, right? So if you haven't locked in profit already, try to do that here now. Give yourself a easy lottery ticket to trade. This thing keeps going, right, guys? But let's not get greedy. This is still a market that wants to head fake and whip us around. So let's be patient. Let's be disciplined. And let's lock in profit on the way up, right? Or on the way down in this case, right? Not getting stopped out all the way. So be aggressive locking in profit and let's go. Nice work, Nitesh, man. Absolutely love to hear that, dude. Love to hear that. All banking here, right? We're all banking. So for those of you who aren't a DTR member, aren't a DTR member full time, I trade like this with my members every single day, Monday through Friday. Talk you through all my trades, every single setup, every single play. And Nitesh is one of our newer members, and I think he's had quite a lot of success with us so far. And, you know, try to help everyone achieve that kind of same sort of career goal. So DTR here is different, guys, right? We try to do things a little bit differently. And if you want, you can start your free 7-day trial. And that link is in the description down below. So meantime, right, this AMD doesn't want to really give us too much follow through here, or not giving us too much yet. We're still in good shape, right? We locked in profit, but doesn't seem to want to give us that next leg, right? So like I said, stop loss on my remainder here is still that 210 area, but I pushed it up here a little bit. Let's see if we can get that flush, but I don't want to give anything away here. I want to be kind of greedy with how I'm locking in my profit, and we'll see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through, but making sure I at least lock in like a net 5% win. Right, SPY giving us good increasing volume here, so I still have some confidence, right, in this AMD play. But maybe it's just gonna be one of those situations where it shakes us out and then gives us a second setup here in a little bit. We're not here to overtrade, right? We're not here to force it. We're just gonna take what the market gives us and then kind of go from there. So I'm gonna get stopped out here, guys, right? There I am, stopped out on that play on my remainder, right? So exactly what happened, right? Protecting at just a little bit above entry price. Just didn't give us that perfect setup. Now, if we can get that 30 min close here in 5 min, that shows us that strength. We're going to have a good look here again to the downside. Something like this SPY, right, might be setting up for us here, right? Could be giving us a look. So let's keep an eye on this, right? Has a chance to sort of fill this gap. So this is worth keeping an eye on as well, right? As it's sort of creeping up towards these levels. Right, we have a big gap to fill here on the SPY, guys. So, okay, my big concern here with the old spider, so it's creeping up towards that 30 min close. So I don't know if we're going to get that follow through on this candle if it breaks down here. That's really my only concern on this gap fill. It has a lot of room. The risk reward profile is great, right? You're risking, you know, you're getting 3-to-1 risk reward here. It's just that 30 min close, going to get some volatility when that happens. And so that might be enough to shake us out, right? Or shake me out. And I want to avoid that. So I am interested here, guys. If it gives us inside bar and then breakdown, that becomes really interesting here as well for me. Tesla might give us a chance here. Want to see a breakdown under 900 though, I think, before it does anything else. In a dollar amount, Jamie, or like a position sizing amount? So percentage of my account, I try not to do it that way. It's what my stop loss is. So I try to always make sure that after stop loss, no trade ever costs me more than 1% of my portfolio. So I should never get stopped out for a trade that costs me more than 1%. So I'll go the biggest size I can as long as I'm under that 1% threshold based on where my stop loss needs to be. So it's kind of dynamic position sizing. Rule of thumb in general is full position sizing. Say you trade a $10,000 account, right? Full position size should be anything where you have a stop loss of 10% or less. So anything where you can take a stop loss of $100, right? You don't want to lose more than $100 on a trade. So your position, right, needs to be $1,000 in that context to keep it reasonable, right? But if your stop loss is big and it needs to be 20%, right? Well, your position sizing needs to be 500%, right? Need to be $500 trade to kind of ensure that you have the leeway, right, to not trade your P&L instead to trade the chart, if that makes sense. So it's about predefining your risk, right? Determining what your number is, and then not letting your position sizing exceed that, right? So risk management, right, is proactive, not reactive. And so it's about making sure that you size your positions well. In general, I have 3 position sizings essentially: full size, 2/3 size, and half size. Full size is 10% stop loss or less, 2/3, 15%, half size, 20%, and then anything kind of beyond that 20% stop loss, I'll go like lotto sizing, which is, you wake up and it doesn't hurt you if you wake up to zero kind of thing sizing. So that's how that's how I try to teach it. And then as long as you focus on that 2-to-1 risk reward or better, you always have that really good profile here. So SPY looking really interesting here, guys. See if this thing wants to pull back here for a second, right? That was an immediate sell. So let's see if this thing wants to pull back and then give us that breakdown. Definitely looks like it could be interesting. I'm interested in the 435 puts here. So I'd like to see this thing go green again. Yeah, there it goes green. Fuck, no. Okay, so maybe we're now getting a risk reward failure here, right? It's going to be a little bit careful with this. Right, quick little fake out to the downside, right, and then rips up. It's close. So I wait for that pullback, guys. Always so many traps, right? Oftentimes that first move or that first rip down, it's there to FOMO you into a trade, right? So many people just lost 40% on their option premiums in like 30 seconds, right? So you always have to wait for your A+ confirmations, wait for things to give you a logical area for a stop loss, and then enter, right? Catch your breath before you take a trade. You don't need to be first, you just need to be correct. Doesn't mean this thing can't set up here for us still, right? Still very much can. Just need to be patient with it. Needs to wait till it's absolutely spot on, and then we can take advantage of this move. Jamie, how long have you been trading for? Good breakout here from Facebook. Didn't exceed this 935 volume. Then we could have a nice look here for a move towards this midline, top line, right? We'll call it this like 220 area. Is it been successful for you? Yeah, options is a whole different ball game. You got to be sharp and quick with them. Otherwise, time decay, and they just move so fast, right? So you have to have that discipline. You have to have that strategy. It's got to be able to stack up wins, right? It's about, in my opinion, it's better to focus on getting, right, one 10% win than one 100% win. Because it's easier to scale, right? Consistently scale 10% wins versus 100% wins. So if you're able to do that, then you scale your position sizing. You can achieve whatever you want as a trader. But so I think that's more sustainable, right? You're still going to get big wins. You're still going to catch those monsters. But monsters come from having a consistent and repeatable process. And if you don't have that in options, you just get punished so fast, so quickly. So SPY could still be in play here, guys, right? SPY could still be in play here. That's great. Ah, Jamie, that's fantastic, man. Congratulations. You're outperforming a lot of hedge funds with that kind of performance. Ooh, close. Facebook's still giving us that right risk reward profile here above that 216.80. Not the strongest of candle closes, but still normal body bullish, right? Good increasing engulfing volume. So there is some strength here. We've quite a lot of room up towards that 220. So I am going to be interested in Facebook here, guys. Okay, so 2/3 position sizing here on any breakout up and over this 216.85. There we go, guys. I am in 235 on those Facebook calls, 220 calls. Let's see if this thing can give us that immediate follow through here. Did not get a full fill. Did not get a full fill. So I'm going to cancel my remaining order. See if this thing can go, though, right? Immediate follow through here so far. So far, so good. Wow, right? Really quick follow through here, guys, right? Really quick follow through. I'm going to close 1/4 of my position here at this 250, right? And just lock in a little bit so I can go entry protection mode and have kind of a stress-free trade. So there we go, guys, locking in a little bit of profit. Again, didn't get a full fill. Didn't get a full fill, but locking in a little bit of profit. Let's see if this thing can give us that next sort of leg of follow through. Yeah, well, the stuff I teach, Jamie. Sorry, you kind of got interrupted there mid-trade. Guys, stop loss is at entry price here, by the way, 235. Okay, I'm out, guys. I'm out. Quick trade. So not a super kind of a little bit of unlucky morning here, right? Locked in a little bit of profit again on that Facebook, right? Like we couldn't get, but we just couldn't get that follow through. Couldn't survive that pullback. If it gives us that full body volume, right, and close, we're gonna have another chance at this entry. Sorry, Jimmy, got cut off there a little bit. But what I was trying to say is what I try to teach you at DTR, you can apply to stocks as well, right? It's the same concepts. I just apply them to scalping with options because I think that's where I can get the most value personally. So, I mean, that's why I trade this way. But same concepts can apply right on strategies. The idea of entering on strength, right? Entering once you have your confirmation of building your strategy, right? These are all things that I try to teach. And so that you can become an independent trader yourself. And then hopefully, right, as you're going through that learning process, you can follow trades, right? Or kind of, pick and choose the shots you want to take and hopefully make some money along the way, right? So that's the goal here for me always. And always number one objective is to help you guys try to make as much as possible. And I do that by showing you exactly what I do, why I do it, when I do it, and talk you through everything as I do it, right? So I think that's the DTR advantage, what makes the room a little bit special. Yeah, tough day, right? But we're 2 for 2 quick little scalps, nothing crazy, but that's about it. I don't currently offer anything, Jamie, simply because I think the best way to learn in the market is to follow along real time and to learn in the moment, right? Because sometimes when you take a day off or you spend the day kind of just after market close, right, everything looks so obvious in hindsight. And so there's less value to me in being able to explain to you something, in hindsight, because I'm never wrong then, right? Whereas it's better that if you learn with me, right, how to lose gracefully, how to lose well, how to take your losses on the chin, how to find setups in real time. That's when you're going to find that, I think that long-term benefit in where the value is. One-on-one coaching is good, but most of the time, it's just me telling you things that you already know and that you can see yourself with hindsight. So I think there's better ways of you spending your money than that, personally. So I began my career, Jamie, as an institutional trader. So I worked for a pretty large hedge fund. And the way I was taught how to trade was I sat down beside a really senior trader, right? A guy who'd been working, 5+ years. And I basically got to pepper him with questions all throughout the day and annoyed the shit out of him and learned a lot, right? Saw what he was doing, could see what he was doing, right? It could ask him why he was doing it, and that was what was helpful to me, right? And so I try to offer that same service. There's a lot of other Discords. There's a lot of other rooms that are out there, but they're Discord servers. You don't see what they're doing. You don't get the why behind the trade. And yeah, you can maybe make some money off of them every now and then, but you can't sustain any progress. You can't learn the skills you need. So, no guarantees, right? But if you spend 3 months with DTR and you fully commit to what we teach, or what I teach is sort of the right method of studying trading, right? And how to trade and how to manage your emotions. Give us 3 months, you're going to have everything you need to become a winning trader. Then it's just up to you on how badly you want it, right? So that's always the objective, right? It takes time. Nothing happens overnight. There's no shortcuts in this game, right? There is no substitute for screen time. There's none of this kind of stuff. I could try to make that process easier for you guys, but at the end of the day, you guys are still ultimately responsible for your own success, and you have to follow, right, the proven methods that work. So I do my best to show you that, help you out, guide you down the right path, hold your hand as much as I can. But ultimately, right, every individual is responsible for their own decisions, their own success, and their own success and failures in this game. And that's why trading is such an incredible profession, right? People give us a lot of shit as traders, but it's the most honest job in the world because it's just you versus you, right? And so that for me is incredibly enthusiastic, incredible feeling. If you think this is something for you, right, you want to try out more, we got a 7-day free trial. So you can trade with us for a full week, right? See what it's like. Absolutely learn everything, right? Get access to the alert. So if you can't watch all day, you'll know when to tune into the stream, stuff like that. But we're here together to work as a team, right? And the more you can do that, the more likely you are to be profitable, right? Surround yourself with like-minded, focused, motivated individuals, and you're going to do pretty well. So maybe starting to look a bit like a bit of a bear flag here on the old SPY, right? Very heavy wicks on some of this price action. So not exactly high conviction moves, right, in either direction. So decreasing volume, indecision, right? Kind of a bit of a divergence here, right? If we can get that engulfing volume on a breakdown here under, say, this low of day, 442.30, there's a pretty nice little bear flag breakdown for a chance to fill that gap. I still think that gap fills in play, right? Something like 65% of gaps get filled within the first 2 days. So still very much there. But we just need to wait for it to set up that A+ candle volume combo, right? VIX hanging out 26.6, 10-year Treasury hanging out at 2.03. So we have the expectation that if we get volatility or we get action, we're gonna have, if we get the volume, we're gonna have the volatility there to get that follow through. Much appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. So SPY definitely going to be interesting here, everyone, right? But we need to see this thing break down under this 442, right? 442.30. No, Nitesh, that is a fantastic. I love that growth worm. That's beautiful. So it's not, we don't have FOMC today. It's just Fed minutes, right? So it's not quite the same severity, but I do understand what you're saying. Hey, we talked about this morning at least, how you'll need 10% traded day, right, to change your life as a trader. Just stack up those consistent wins, right? Compound your gains. It's not going to happen overnight, but in 6 months, right, in a year, right, you're going to be trading whatever size you want and being able to do it from anywhere you want in the world, right? There's a level of freedom associated with that, but it's not going to happen immediately. It's not going to happen overnight. So keep working hard, guys, right? Keep stacking them up. Keep looking to see if we can find A+ setups. But we're 2 for 2 here today, right? So not a bad start, but just no follow through on any of these plays. So very little wins, right? No follow through past that entry protection mode. But it's exactly why we do it, exactly why we lock in profit, right? On a choppy day, we're still green. We can never complain about that. So I think AMD, right, probably need to still see this kind of sort itself out a little bit, right? It's a bit more info. Go inside bar on this 30 min, right? Maybe we'll have a chance for a downside break, right, towards that like 115 area. NVIDIA giving us a chance of that intraday. So, yeah, Jamie, I mean, maybe that's where options are going to be really good for you, and trading with a cash account instead of trading on margin. So if you trade options and you stick to the DTR portfolio, like sizing recommendations, and you're, as long as you got like $1,000 in your portfolio or in your account to trade with, you're going to be able to find setups, right? You're going to be able to play 6 out of 7 names with us consistently, and then it's just about scaling and compounding that, right? So there's ways around the PDT rules for those of you who are in the States, but the best way to do that is with a cash account. Get off of margin, and if you're using options, right, you've got leverage that way, so you don't need double leverage, right? That's crazy. So you'll have instantly cash settled or cash settled next day, so you won't have any sort of restrictions on what you can do. And realistically, right, you're probably not taking or you shouldn't be taking 10, 15 trades a day if your sizing or your portfolio is that small. So you should never be using it all up in one go. So we need to see increasing outlier volume here on any breakdown, right? We got 30 seconds to go. Currently making lower lows here, but decreasing volume here so far on this break, right? If it's decreasing volume on a breakdown, it doesn't exactly tell us that most consistent story that we're looking for, right? Screams head fake. It's not a sign of strength if it's a really strong candle, but the volume isn't there, right? Not a consistent story for us to the downside. So we'd like to see this to fill out, right? Kind of creep up towards that average line if it can. Seems unlikely at this moment. So maybe we're going to still get a look here on this 30-minute time frame. But for now, I wouldn't say this is that right look for us. QQQ, right? Similar story, but decreasing volume. So can't chase after it. So yeah, nothing else there immediately obvious here as an entry, right? Definitely need to avoid this for now until this gives us just a little bit of a higher conviction close. Bit of a fake out right under that 442.25. So I want to be a little bit patient here, right? We've seen a couple fake outs. We have to kind of make the assumption that we're going to just have fake outs kind of going forward here, right? Until proven otherwise. And proven otherwise is relative strength on this close, right? And high volume on any close. So still waiting, right, guys? Still waiting to see if we can get something that gives us that A+, right? So far, 2 for 2 day, so 0 complaints, right? Very strong start. But we can't rush any setups here now if something does set up, right? If something does come together. We need to wait for things to be A+ and absolutely perfect. We don't have any indication of anything looking along those lines yet. So again, right, need to remain fairly disciplined until that happens. Just looks like we're kind of getting stuck at some of these lows, right, and finding maybe some buyers or finding some momentum up and over. No consistent follow through here yet, right? Nothing, nothing crazy for us to deal with. So we still need to be a little bit patient. How many of you guys are green on the day here? How many of you guys caught both trades? Let's go, Zach. Let's go. So, Zach, you've been with us for almost a month now, right? Something along those lines. Nice work, Jamie. Let's go, man. So, well done, guys, right? We're green in a very, very choppy, challenging environment, right? Nice work, Takeshi. Attaboy, Magnus. Yeah, good job, guys, right? So, we can't force trades in crappy conditions. We can only trade what the market gives us. and seeing good improvements. Yeah, Zach? I know you were, I mean, I had to put it lightly, but like you were a free is good kind of guy, right? Do you see the value, or do you agree that there is value in DTR? So again, right, not good enough volume here for us to look at this as a bounce play on the SPY, right? We need to see significantly more volume, right? Probably something that kind of exceeds this sell-off candle here, right? Never quite getting there at the moment. So we need to see volume step back in before things get interesting again for us. So for now, not quite there. Like to see if that can happen, right? See if that can step up, but not going to happen on this candle right now with 3 seconds to go. QQQ, right? Decreasing volume here profile. Nothing there for us here yet. Had a couple looks, but no breakdowns under this 350.75 area. So still waiting for that to happen for us. Okay, this NVIDIA actually looks a little bit interesting. Hey, Joey. We've taken 2 trades here this morning. But they've been kind of just both really small kind of rips. So we played AMD and Facebook. Microsoft never gave us that confirmation. Yeah, that's great feedback. So a little bit of a rejection here so far, right? We want to see this breakout and hold on volume. If it can, right? Point of confluence, both leg breakout. We'll be targeting that high of day and then top of Bollinger Band. Definitely a setup there to be keeping an eye on, right, as well. Okay, AMD, right, not giving us that volume profile we're looking at. Microsoft, right, consolidating, not wanting to break. No, come on, I wouldn't say that. Never. Dude, it's not that people aren't bad traders. People just get taught bad things, right? So if you learned how to manage risk from some kid that has no idea how to manage risk, you're screwed. This is an interesting consolidation here. After yesterday's news, right? So news over the weekend, or maybe Monday's news. News over the weekend came out that the Moderna CEO was selling his stock options, right? Or selling his, doing some insider selling, and then insider selling, right? And getting rid of his position. Kind of indecisive action here so far. Really good opening 15-min candle, but then no follow through up and over. Right, but we haven't made a lower low since then, so I would say you got to be bullish here still until you can make a breakout over, say, that 150 area. Yeah, I would say that 150 probably where you need to go. And then you got room towards like that 153, something along those lines. So I'd say this is okay, but it needs to break out of this consolidation. And I'm not sure if it's really ready for me, or not ready for me to trade it at least. What was the setup you were looking at? Not yet, Zach. I am interested in it, but I'm not quite in a spot where I want to buy a firm here yet. I still think it maybe can find a bottom. Right, so we talk about, right, if we're looking to the downside, right, this would be an area we'd be looking for puts, right? High, huge increasing volume, full body bearish, right? Be looking for puts in this example. So we're looking for scenario where this sort of gets, yeah, where I mean, this just gets kind of invalidated, right? Where I see some sort of sign of a bottom. So not quite there yet. Okay, this NVIDIA is interesting here, guys, right? Increasing volume on this breakout, right? Held up and over that bull flag. Definitely looks interesting. Probably looking at the 275 calls here. No, look at the 280s. Look at the 280s. So not in yet. Still setting on my order. Not in yet here, guys, right? Not in yet. Still setting things up. Okay, so looking at 280 calls here, guys, right above this 261.40. So make a higher high, I will be getting in. So we might get a risk reward failure here in NVIDIA. All right, is already pushing it. Okay, so I'd say short term, right? Risk reward failure here in NVIDIA. Not going to be able to chase this up. We get a tight close here, right? Maybe we can get a stop loss around this like 261 area. That would be nice. So wait this out another second here, right? We still got time. Okay, so let's watch here, right? Let's watch here. Okay, so we can get tight risk reward. I want to see this pull back though, right? See this thing go red and then break. Need to see it go red first, guys. Need to see it go red. We don't have a logical stop loss, right? We don't have a logical stop loss here. Okay, so there's our red. Okay, so looking above this 261.71 with the 280 calls. Approximately a 2/3 position sizing play. Okay, still interested here. Still interested. Yeah, well, we're just getting consolidation after this breakout candle, right? So we're trying to find any excuse to get in here. So it's this on this breakout candle. That's the thesis. This increasing volume 1025. Starting to maybe feel like it's a bit of a rejection though, right? Where if it's not showing us those legs, right? Why hasn't it, like if it wants to show us that strength, right? Why hasn't it shown it to us already? So that's something to keep an eye on. This gives us outlier volume, right? We could look to moves, excuse me, look for moves to the downside. There's Microsoft, right? So many inside bars here. That's what these blue dots are. For my executions, I use interactive brokers. For my charting, I use TradingView. So not much really setting up here now, right? That NVIDIA kind of feels like it's out of steam. Maybe has a light look here. Again, that risk reward profile, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm interested here in NVIDIA, guys, above this 261.70, right? And I'm looking at those 280 calls, and I am in 535, 535, 2/3 position sizing here. See if this thing can give us that immediate pop and get to entry protection mode. Reverse from the lows, Magnus, or keep pumping down? There we go, guys, right? Locking in some profit there at this 560. Let's go on this pop, right? Locked in some profit. So let's go, right? Let's go. Great shape here. 3 for 3 on the day. Cannot complain about that, right? Absolutely incredible trading here so far today. So stop loss on my remainder here is going to be 545. I'm going to be pretty aggressive with this thing. And let's see if this thing can now pop. I've got 2/3 of my original position left. And let's see if this thing can give us that good follow through up and over. AMD giving us, just that same breakout. So we're supporting this same move. I'm just going to stick to this NVIDIA. I don't need to chase this AMD. Very, very happy with this play here so far, guys. Do not let this trade go red, right? You cannot let that happen. So let's see if we can keep getting some follow through. but let's go. I would say, right, 3 for 3, got to be a few more likes on this video, right? See if we can pump that up to 10. So it's pretty good trading day here, guys, right? Cannot complain about that. Getting free alpha across the board. Least you can do is give me a like on the video. So I'd really appreciate it if you could do that. And let's see if this thing can keep climbing. But we are in great shape. So I was watching the stop loss here carefully, right? I have an order set up at 545, right? If I get filled. So if I get filled, I get filled, right? It's just going to be the way it goes. 3 quick little rips, 3 quick little stop outs, the way it has to be, right? But we're going to lock in profit along the way and just give ourselves a chance. We can't necessarily always get follow through on every trade, but we can put ourselves in a really good situation, right, to catch follow through. So really good job, guys, if you're in this, right? But make sure you're protecting your profit, not letting this trade go red. Turning into a pretty nice little day, right? But this is a day where you have to work for it a little bit, creeping up towards that 1% account growth, but not quite there yet. So let's even get that pop, see if we can get a little bit of follow through, survive this wave here on NVIDIA, and really rip this thing towards that like 265 would be great. But let's not get greedy. Let's not get too ambitious. And let's just keep stacking up wins, guys. Good job. Okay, so watching closely here, right? Might get stopped out in a second. There we go, guys. Getting stopped out. So just another trade, right? Protecting entry. Not getting that follow through here today, but we're just not getting that follow through in the general market. So it's the way it goes, right? We can't force trades. We just got to keep locking in profit along the way and just keep stacking up little wins, right? Just keep stacking them up, guys. It's not every day is gonna, or not every trade is gonna be a home run, but we'll just keep locking in profit on the way up, put ourselves in a situation to succeed, and then, right, avoid, right, these kind of rip downs. So this is a dangerous, quick market. We have to be quick to react. We have to be quick to take profit. As long as we keep doing that, right, we're going to keep stacking up wins. If it has to be smaller chunks at a time, has to be smaller chunks at a time. We can't let, we got to just react to the market, right, and not the other way around. We have to be kind of humbled and realize it's going to do what it wants, and we're just passengers, right? So give yourselves a situation always to get lucky and to be profitable, but don't get too greedy. Don't get too carried away, getting obsessed or falling in love with these moves when we're not getting paid for that, right? Look at the range here again on the SPY, right? There's nothing going on here on the day. So as long as we're stuck within these sort of ranges, guys, we're not going to get big follow through on names, right? The individual components of these indexes need to be breaking out before we're going to get any chance at any follow through in either direction. So we've got to keep scalping. We got to keep locking in profit, keep being greedy, right? Taking profit on the way up, and then everything else will take care of itself. So if you guys are 3 for 3 on the day, congratulations, right? That is an incredible trading performance. So let's just keep stacking them up. But let's also now make sure that whatever happens, we're not giving away all the hard work we've done today, right? We're not getting too aggressive and arrogant, sizing our plays to be like, oh man, like I need to go. Michael's 3 for 3 today, so his next trade's 100% going to be a winner, so I can put my full account into it, right? That's an unacceptable outcome. You cannot be doing stuff like that, right? Risk management is proactive, not reactive, right? So don't put yourself in a situation where you're making bad decisions, right? Now that you're green on the day, you're having a nice day. Your number one priority is to finish green, right? To walk away green, to walk away with a good memory of DTR Wednesday. And that's up to you, right? I've given you guys 3 winners today. We've locked in profit 3 times. You have no excuse to now let this day go red. So don't overtrade. Don't force plays that aren't there. Don't rush into things. And let's wait for our A+ setups. When we find them, we get a little bit of follow through. We get a bit of pop. We're able to make some money. Otherwise, right, this market is still really ruthless and it wants to stop people out. It wants to shake people out. So don't give it an opportunity to do that to you, right? So be smart, be disciplined, wait for things to be perfect, and then we'll have a really good chance to keep finding some small little wins along the way. just going to step away for a couple minutes, guys. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. So how many of you guys are checking out DTR for the first time today? Any first timers? Okay, good volume here on Tesla on this 5-minute candle, right? Not bad, but we need more. We need way more here. So I'd like to see high of daybreak for any chance here, and then give me that increasing volume on a full body candle on one of these maybe longer time frames. So something on this like 15 min, right, would maybe give me a little bit more conviction or a little bit more sort of relative strength. Definitely could be some or have some potential, right? Definitely there is some strength here. Just need to see volume though, right? On this bounce from this bottom, we don't have anything that screams super high conviction, right? We don't have any volume profiles that are incredible. We don't have any engulfing volume. We don't have any candlesticks even, right? Not including today's, or sorry, this most recent one, right? We don't have anything that looks like this most bullish, second most bullish candle, right? Normal body bullish. We kind of have like a little bit of something in between on all of these, right? So not a super high conviction look across the board. So again, right, fairly patient here, fairly, yeah, not in a huge rush. I think this NVIDIA might still give us a chance for a re-entry, right? So this might give us a look up above that 263, right, for a move towards that 265 area. So this could still be in play if it gives us like a decent inside bar, right, on a candle that looks full body strength, right? We could definitely have another look here. Same idea on this AMD, right? AMD is kind of starting to look a bit like an ascending wedge pattern, right? Good consolidation, kind of holding this trend line. Needs to sort of break up and over, say, this 118.75. If it can do that, right, seems like high of day, $1 away. Very much reasonable. So we'll be interested in this NVIDIA again here, right? This thing might reset up for us. I'm probably going to look at different calls this time, right? Going to look at like the 290 calls, and let's see how this thing closes. So looking at Gonna go 2/3 sizing here again, guys, right? 2/3 sizing here again. All right, so I am trying to get a fill. There we go. There we go, guys. I am in at 350 on those NVIDIA 290 calls. See if we can get some immediate follow through. My dog's come to say hello, so it's got to be a good sign. Stop loss is a low of this inside bar. Yeah, this is going to be weekly expirations always. So I go end of this week. I'm a scalper. I don't hold anything overnight. I'm going to hold this for 10 to 15 minutes, right? Hopefully if this thing plays out. So I'm a scalper. I play everything weekly. If I mention otherwise, it'll be for usually SPY or QQQ. And I'll go, I just never play same day expirations. Only time I look to play sort of further out is next week. Or like, sorry, on Fridays, right? Look to play next week's. Okay, come on, NVIDIA. See if you got the legs here for us. Entry price, $350, guys. So we're just kind of hanging out at entry. See if this thing has legs. Still in here, still in. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop myself out here. This is exactly why position sizing is so important, right, guys? Not every trade is going to be a winner. We're not going to win every single time. But now we're 3 for 4, right? 75% on the day, and we're still sitting on a nice green day, right? Don't need to force anything. We don't need to overtrade. And we can't let our position sizing let us or force us to trade our P&L, right? We need to make good proactive decisions and not let losing trades crush us, right? Every trader is going to have a losing trade. Every trader is going to have a losing day. Every trader is going to have a losing week. Right? So just don't compromise in between and make those things harder for yourself. We're always going to have losing trades, right? That's always going to happen. So if you're looking or you're expecting something to be 100% every single time, right? Never going to work that way. So focus on your risk reward, right? Focus on the things you can control, and then everything else will take care of itself, right? We just need to turn trading into a numbers game, right? We don't need to make it super complicated. So keep your risk consistent, target 2-to-1 risk reward or better. And then you only need like a 51% edge to make money in the market, right? That's all we're trying to do on a consistent basis. If we're able to do that, then we're going to stack them up and we're going to be okay taking losses like we just took, right? That's part of the game. That's how it goes. That's just what traders have to deal with, right? So don't overtrade, guys. Don't force things. We don't need to make it back all in one go. If something else sets up strong, right, we're going to have a good look at something. But we're not going to force things. We're not going to overtrade things. We're not going to overreact to one trade in a collection of 4. Yeah, exactly, right? So talked about how we need to make sure that we protect our position sizing, right? We protected our green day, and the way you do that is keeping your sizing small. So really, really well done, Magnus. Good job, man. I mean, I'm looking at the 190s. The 190s spread is really reasonable here, Zach. So I think this is a good eye. It looks really good on the longer time frames. The 15 and 30 really catching my eye here on this Airbnb. It has room. Definitely has room towards that 190 area plus. Hard to ignore this 30-min volume too. So definitely interested here in this Airbnb, guys. It's pretty tight position sizing here, right? But trying to keep everything smaller, right? So still going that 2/3 sizing here. If we can get this thing to break out up and over. So we're close, right? Looking for a move above that 189.60. And I'm looking at this with the 190 calls here, guys. So 10 cents away here, give or take. All right, I am in. Or trying to get in. Let's see. Average price, 382. 382. Okay, so far so good here. So far so good. See if we can get a bit more pop above that 190. So far so good here, guys. See if we can get that big pop, though. Okay, so as we approach this $4, right, things start to get a little bit interesting. But we're going to look to take some off around that 415 area. 1/3 of my position if we can get there on those contracts. So 415, right, is sort of that target. If we can get there, right, maybe even 410, maybe even 410. So let's see if this thing can give us that rip, but in pretty good shape here, right? Let's see if we can creep up towards that 10% and then have ourselves a lottery ticket for the rest of the afternoon. So let's see if Airbnb has the legs here, right? Let's see if it has the legs. Looking for a pop above that 190 here, right? So it seems to be getting just stuck at that area. If we get a little breakout here, we might get a little chunk of volume, right? See some buyers really step in and push this thing up and over. Like I said, guys, right? Targeting around that 410 to 415 on those calls, right? As that first sort of profit target and entry protection zone. If it can give us that, right, we're going to have a really good look. So we're creeping up towards that 410. Right, we are very close towards that number, so let's see if we can get it, right? I've seen 405 a couple times, so going to try to get 1/3 off at that 410 area. Okay, let's see if it can give it to us, right? See if it can give it to us. Okay, come on, Airbnb, you got this. We're in good shape here, everyone, right? We're in good shape. So close to trying to take that first profit off, right? So let's see if we can get that thing to pop for us and give us a little bit of follow through. But we are looking good, right? We're looking good. Let's just not get too greedy. Let's not get too aggressive. Should hit that 410 here in a second, right? That's going to be my first profit target, taking 1/3 of my position off here at that 410 when the bid hits it, right? When the bid hits. So let's see if this thing can keep going, but turning into a nice little play here, guys, right? Turning into a nice little play. Really good eye, Zach. Nice job, man. Okay, watch this, right? Watch carefully. So let's see if this thing can give us that 410 here, guys, right? Gonna try to take some off there. We're getting real close. 5 cents away, 5 cents away, right? There we go. All right, locked in some profit. Now let's see if this thing can give us that big pop here. So stop loss on my remainder is going to be at $4, we'll call it, right? $4. And let's see if this thing can now give us that big follow through up and over. But this can turn into a really nice little play here all of a sudden, right? This is turning into a pretty big win, actually. So let's see if this thing can keep going here, guys. But we are in great shape. Like I said, stop loss now at $4. Let's see if we can keep taking some profit on the way up. But let's go, guys. Let's go. Really, really good bounce back play. Happy, happy days. So Airbnb now, right? 475 on that ask, right? We are flying almost up 30% on these calls, right? Or pushing towards that number. So let's see if we can get there pretty quickly, right? Sorry, 20%. So let's see if this thing can kind of get there. And we are moving quickly. So I'm going to look to take a little bit more off here as we approach that 450, right? About half of my remainder as we approach this 450. And then let's see if this thing can keep going on. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Turning into a big day here all of a sudden, right? So patience, repeatable process leads to consistent results. And that's exactly what we did today. Found a good win, right? Found some follow through. And now it's a really, really nice day. So congratulations, everyone. Let's go. Great job, Zach. Great job, man. This is what we do here, right? Zach's been a member for a month, and he just found a great setup for us to take advantage of, right? He learned the basics. Now he's taking advantage of it, and he is crushing it, guys, right? So fantastic trade. Now let's see where this thing can really give us that follow through. I've got about one quarter of my original position left here now, right? A little bit more than that, right? A little bit more. You got to be careful saying things like that, Zach. You got to be careful. But, guys, we're in great shape here, right? We got nothing to do besides smile. Fantastic play. Let's see if this thing can keep going. Stop loss on my remainder, still $4. Let's see if we can get a bit of a pop here. But great shape here, everybody. If we can get a move towards that $5 on those contracts, I'm going to look to take a little bit more off and leave myself just a little bit of a runner. But great job, everyone. Great job. Who else caught this? So stop loss, still that $4, right? Still that $4. Let's see if this thing can give us that big pop here and mega follow through. But great shape, guys. We don't need to do anything else besides watch here, right? Watch and see if we can get something something else that wants to behave. But we have turned this into a really, really nice day here, right? 4 for 5, 80%. 3 small wins, right? 1 kind of stop out, small stop out, 1 nice win, right? And this turned into a really, really good day, just with a simple, consistent, repeatable process. So really, really well done, everyone. It was a ton of fun. See if we can keep finding some other winners, but really good trading here, everybody. If you want to trade like this with me full-time every single day, right, Monday to Friday, you can at www.dtrtrading.com, and you can start your free 7-day trial there, and you can see if this is what it's, if you think this will help your trading, right? You can join for free for 7 days, guys. So you got nothing to lose. So like I said, guys, right, only now trying to see if we can get towards that $5 mark on these contracts, right? If we can get there, I'm going to look to take a little bit more off and lock in some more profit. But besides that, right, I'm just watching. There's nothing else to do here for me besides watch. So fantastic trade, right? Sitting on a nice green day. We don't need to do anything silly here. Let's just keep stacking up those wins, protect profit, and just keep building those really good habits. So good job, everyone. Fantastic day here so far. One second, guys. I'll be right back. So let's see if this $5 area can hit right on this Airbnb. But great shape here, guys, right? Great shape. So I've got an order, right, set on the half of whatever my remainder is here, right, at $5. And let's see if we can get this thing to close out there and then really push this thing up and over. But really, really nice day here, guys, right? We don't need to do anything else, especially as we're creeping up towards that lunchtime period. We don't have a huge expectation of there being mega volume over lunch, so we don't need to get too carried away. And then we have FOMC minutes, right, that drop at 2:30. So there's going to be a little bit of volatility in this market still this afternoon. And I imagine this market's going to catch its breath here before then. This is a really big day, though, for us, right? We're past that, well past that 1% barrier, or at least I am, and I hope you guys are as well. So just keep stacking up those wins, guys. Keep building up this confidence. Keep improving, and let's see if we can keep finding A-plus setups, but still been a very choppy, kind of challenging market, right? Things aren't necessarily moving as easily or as quickly as we would like. So we need to have that expectation or just kind of assume that that's going to be the conditions going forward, right? So that's what we're looking for. That's how we trade. Let's just keep stacking them up. Let's keep building on our gains today. But let's not do anything stupid and give away all of our hard-earned work, right? All of our hard-earned money today. So who's green on the day? Everyone in here green? Let's go, Takeshi. 3 days in, 3 green days. I absolutely love that. That's fantastic. Nice work, man. All right, so this Airbnb starting to get a little bit nasty on this spread here, right? So I'm going to try to see if I can fill my remainder, kind of at that mid spot before I get stopped out. So I'm just going to save me like probably just a couple pennies here, right? A few shekels, but I'm getting myself out of this Airbnb position here, guys. Closing my remainder. There we go, right? So that spread's getting kind of nasty. So I'm trying to fill in the middle here, right? Trying to get out at like 4.10, right? $4, just whatever I can. Just try to get out because it's not behaving perfectly here anymore, not giving us that follow through. So not here to be greedy, right? We don't need to do that. So almost out here. Taking a little bit longer than I expected. All right, guys, I'm out of Airbnb. So that's it, right? Close that position. Fantastic little scalp. Didn't give us that immediate follow through. Didn't give us that big pop past that 92 area, but we locked in a really nice win. We didn't have to do anything crazy. And guys, it's a nice green day, right? 4 for 5. Pretty busy morning. Pretty busy 2 hours. But we're green. We're green pretty big. And we don't need to overtrade. We don't need to do anything else besides think about how we're going to spoil the misses later tonight, right? So we got to be gentle to ourselves. We can't make any dumb decisions. Don't let this turn into a red day here all of a sudden. That would be super irresponsible. And let's just keep stacking up those wins as things set up as A+. Like I said before, guys, right, this is DTR Wednesday. So what that means is I live stream all my trades for free on Wednesdays. I stream like this on a private YouTube link directly for members Monday through Friday, right? And there comes a few little perks, extra perks with that. If you want to check out that and see what it's like to be a DTR member full time, you can start your free 7-day trial at dtrtrading.com. And the link is down in the description below. Has everyone been able to keep up with the pace of today's action here so far? Not everything's clear. Like, you guys know what strikes I'm looking at, or what my entry price is. There's no ambiguity there. So let's see if something else sounds good, Kyle. Shame you missed them. But first couple ones, you didn't miss out on too much, right? Quick little, like, 5% rippers, right? 10% rippers, no follow through. But that Airbnb play, right? Really nice little trade. And I mean, to toot my own horn here a little bit, that was by, the setup, right? One of our members, Zach, came up with that, or he found the setup for us. So he's been here a month. He's learned a lot. He's improved a ton. And now he's even finding trades for us. So DTR is different, guys, right? We try to teach you how to be independent traders. It's not about following Discord alerts. It's not about doing this. It's about building sustained winning habits that can, hold you for your entire trading careers. So there's a lot of improvement that can happen by working with a pro. And hopefully I can show you guys the value of that, right? 4 for 5 day in a pretty choppy environment going into Fed minutes. Pretty awesome, right? I think it's pretty good. We should be pretty happy with that performance. So now let's just make sure that our mentality is correct, right? We're where we need to be. We're not forcing trades. We're not over trading. We're not letting our position sizing dictate what we need to do. And we'll just keep stacking up our good habits, and that's going to lead to us stacking up big wins. So keep crushing it, guys, right? Don't worry if you missed a trade. That's all part of the process, right? Market's always going to be there. And if you start forcing plays or you start rushing things, right, your account's going to blow up and you're not going to have an opportunity to trade your next A+ setup. We've had a lot of action today, right? More than usual even. And we've had a really strong day. So let's not get carried away. Let's not do anything stupid. And like I said, guys, let's just keep stacking them up. So interesting volume here on AMD to the downside, right? Trendline breakdown, made new lows. Just, I don't know if I'm really convinced by this volume standard here anymore, right? We got 30 minutes to go on this, or kind of in this lunchtime period, before this lunchtime period. I'm just not sure if this is going to be strong enough. A little bit of a divergence between between AMD and Nvidia, which I don't necessarily like, right? That complicates things here just a little bit. So I think this is maybe a tough one for us to chase lower, right? At least off the immediate short term. I don't have much conviction that we're going to get this follow through down towards that 1430. Maybe if this was setting up a little bit closer towards that power hour, right? Maybe I have a bit more conviction in this, but I don't think this is a strong enough volume standard to call this an A+ setup paired with a sort of substandard or, normal body bearish, right? Kind of just an average looking candle. So I think we can do better than this. And guys, we're green, right? We're sitting on a nice day. So we should apply a stricter standard for finding trades, not a looser one, right? So our objective here is to protect profits, to protect our 1.4% day. And let's not give anything away, right? Let's just keep stacking up wins. Let's keep doing the things that made us successful getting here and nothing else. Yeah, good question, Magnus. So definitely expect it to have an impact. How big? I don't know, right? But we always know that around these Fed events, we tend to get the algos turned on, right? So we're going to see some algo pumping, reacting to sort of each line by line as the minutes come out. I think generally what I'm looking for or what I want to see in these minutes here today is really any clue on what this Fed wants to do to unwind this asset like purchasing, right? So as they're starting to tapering their assets, I want to see, or yeah, I mean, they're not going to hear, but I want to see how they plan on breaking down that process, right? Is it going to be kind of more gradual? Is it going to be bond purchases first? Is it going to be mortgages, right? How are they going to try to unwind that balance sheet? So I want to see if I get any clues in that. If we start to get, how do I say it? Like, shitty junior execution trading, right, on the way the Fed unwinds, we could enter a little bit of a liquidity crisis, right, where we enter these really big bouts of huge volume followed by periods where there's basically nothing, right, or the volume's a little bit like non-existent. We've had a little bit of that so far this week, right, with some of the action here Monday, Tuesday on the old spider, right, where we have that opening bell and then it's just dry, right? There's nothing else there. There's no volume. So we're looking for basically any clue here today that helps alleviate some of those concerns, right? The majority of times, now we're never going to cheer for like a sell-off or like a big bear market or a market crash or anything along those lines. But the majority of times when you get like a March 2020, October 2008, right, stock market crash, when you get those kind of moves, they tend to be liquidity crises where there's just no one who wants to take up the bid, right? And so prices just absolutely hit the floor, right? So if we have that kind of environment, that would be the most frustrating for us to get involved in, because it's going to be huge moves with no volume where we just can't ever get an A+ setup. So we're looking for really any indication where we're going to be going away from that sort of possible model. And I'm pretty confident the Fed's going to do that because their entire mandate throughout this pandemic has been to kind of reach maximum employment, right? And then they've been continually saying as they're going to start their asset tapering or as they're going to do this, they want to do it without having any impact on the market. So I imagine they're going to be very careful in how they pull this liquidity, but we want to see or get any clues here from them to see what that looks like. So that's what I'm waiting for in the minutes, and we'll see if we get any of that information. So not super easy action here to the downside on this AMD, right? Don't think we're going to get that follow through here pre-Fed minutes, or at least I don't want to chase it over lunch. It doesn't mean it won't break down, right? Doesn't mean it won't give us follow through, but it's just not an A+ setup for us. So why compromise, right? That's really what it comes down to. Why cheat ourselves out of a perfect setup when we can just wait for it, right? It's been a busy day, guys. 4 for 5, nicely green. We don't need to do anything else. So happy to sit on green, right? We'll take another shot at something if we get something strong, but there's nothing to overtrade here, nothing to force. This is a market that's still relatively stuck. So as long as we're just stacking up our wins, right, it's okay. But we have to be realistic with our expectations and know that, hey, this market's not going to give us these 100% rippers. It's not going to give us these quick moves until it starts to kind of break out of its own range. We're realistically not expecting it to do that until sort of after this Fed minutes here. So hopefully into this power hour, we can maybe find another setup or two that shows us that incredible relative strength. But, it's a 1.4% day here, account growth-wise. So we cannot be giving anything away, right? We cannot be letting that happen or turn into a red day, right? We talk about our priority here all the time is just stack up 1% days, right? 1% account growth every day doubles your account every 70 days. And maybe it's maybe not the sexiest of trading strategies or of trading ideals, but what it is it's the most sustainable, right? It's the way you avoid yourself from blowing up. It's the way you actually turn this into a career and you're able to kind of create the wealth that you want for yourself. So don't get greedy. Be happy taking your 10% wins. Keep adding them up, guys. And remember that it's easier to scale a consistent process than sort of a random one, right? You can have a hit rate of 75%, hitting that 10%. You're going to be much more likely to turn that profitable than going after 100% rip or 100% win, right, on these lotto plays. So stack up your wins, find that consistency, and just keep improving every single day. You can scale your position sizing once you have proof of concept, right? As a retail trader, you're basically like a business. And so you need to have proof of concept for your ideas before you can get more capital and scale more, right? That's the way it should work. That's the way you should approach things. As long as you do that with that sort of long-term growth mindset, you're going to have a very successful career as a trader. So just don't cheat yourself out of that and keep stacking up those wins. Yeah, interesting question. I think realistically, right, path of least resistance is probably down still. So, I'd imagine that gap gets filled here at some point. So I'd imagine that probably happens. But, yeah, I mean, this is a doji day here, right? Pure indecision. There's not anything that's giving us any huge directional clues. So, I'd imagine maybe more of the same, right? More chop. Fed minutes historically not the biggest of movers, but these days, any Fed speaks slows down markets or stops markets. So kind of have to respect it, right? From that context. So we'll see. We'll see how this behaves, right? We'll see where this thing closes. But yeah, I would say path of least resistance is to the downside here. So I would say I'm leaning bearish. But like by no means, right, is that a reason to buy puts or to buy calls or to do whatever. Instead, right, if it wants to break down, then we'll go. Not really. Maybe if I traded the futures more, Jonathan, I'd be more interested in them. But yeah, I don't put too much stock into it. If I was trading FX, yeah, I would. Yeah, we've got no reason to force trades here, right? We're either going to get a breakout or a breakdown. We're stuck in these ranges. So if we do, we're expecting high volume to step in, at that 2:30, right? 2:30 to 3 o'clock time frame. And if it does, then we're going to have an A+ setup. It'll become immediately obvious to us on what we should trade. But in between here now, this is a market that doesn't want to give us any directional clues. So nothing to force. Even that Airbnb, right, pulled back here quite a bit on us, made lower lows. So we did a good job getting ourselves out of this, right? Lock in a nice win, move on to the next one. Exactly. And over that lunch period especially, right? They love to trap people over lunch. I think Tesla, they like the volume disappears and they just crush market participants, right? They crush the dumb money. So it never makes sense, right? I always take, I call them Wall Street lunches, pretty long lunches, right? Like 12 to 1:30 usually, because in those time frames you only find traps, right? So I'm literally just like protecting myself from myself by staying away, right? Forcing myself to stay away. And yeah, like you're saying, you might get like a decent little setup here and there or something along those lines, but you never get follow through. You always feel stressed out trading it. It's just not worth the mental capital. Karachi Killer, how long have you been trading for? Have you ever been in any rooms before? Or checked out any services? Jonathan and Karachi, do you guys know each other? So if you guys are friends and you join together, I'll give you guys both 50% off your first month, like a little referral fee for joining together. So if you guys become DTR members, give you guys both 50% off your first month. That goes for everyone, guys, right? If you join, refer a member, right? You know someone who wants to join, I'll give you guys 50% referral fee for everyone you bring in. Which rooms were you a part of, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, if you do it, just send me the email of the person you're referring, and then when your payment clears, I'll refund 50%. Nice. Is the room big? What do you guys trade in there? Okay, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. So I have about 100 members in my free Discord, and then my paid members who get the setup alerts and all that kind of stuff as well. But the main product here is the live stream, right? I don't personally believe in Discord alerts or believe that they're a super valid way of trading, right? Because whatever happens with an alert, right? If someone's sending you an alert um, after they enter a trade, right? You're entering in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, right? After they do it, at that point, right? Your risk reward profile is skewed, right? The move has maybe already happened. You've missed it at that point, right? So, yeah, I'm always a little bit skeptical of Discord only alerts, right? I think they're a little bit of a trap. They create a lot of FOMO, but I think they can be valuable as a tool to kind of let people to know when to tune in, right? So yeah, that's why I live stream, right? It's the only reason I live stream. Discord would be so much easier, right? So I can pick and choose what I show you guys. There's no hiding, right? There's no hiding here with the live stream, right? You can't hide behind your results. You can't do anything like that. It's as transparent as it can be. Yeah, well, I mean, if you join DTR, you don't have to, right? I'll do it for you. So I'll sit and watch, set the alert out for when things set up, and then you'll know when to tune in, right? But we just stack up green days here, right? That's all we do. Not counting today's green day. We're green. How many days here now? We have like 3 red days in our last 20 trading days, something along those lines. Not counting today, right? So pretty happy with that, right? It's pretty good consistency. And yeah, very much a scalper's market, right? Very much a day trader's market. Not good for swings, not good for overnight moves. Just gotta lock in your profit quick and move on. Attaboy, Zach. Yeah, that's incredible. One day, and it's his first month of DTR. Let's go, Zach. That's awesome, man. Still, that's fine, right? That's fine. Still, you're still green almost every other day, so who cares, man? We're all gonna have red days as traders, right? It's all going to happen, but they don't have to happen all the time. They don't have to be a consistent part of your life. They can just be something that happens. You move on to the next one, right? That's ultimately the goal here: to not get emotionally attached to our results and just always keep it a numbers game. All right, guys. So I'm going to take off for lunch here. Nothing to trade, nothing to force. Over. Sorry, nothing to force here. Over this lunchtime period, guys. I'll be back around that 1:30 time frame. I'm gonna go do something nice for my voice and go for a run. So I'll see you guys all in about hour and a half. So welcome back here, everybody. Hope you all had a very nice little break, right? Doesn't seem like we really missed out on anything here, as this market kind of seems stuck waiting for Fed minutes to come out here in about an hour's time. So I think realistically, right, we're probably going to wait for that to sort of resolve itself. And then we're going to have an opportunity to sort of figure out what that play is. So market is clearly waiting for some news, right? We're waiting for Fed minutes to drop at 2:30. So may as well not force things, right? May as well not overtrade things here until that, right? I think it's gonna be a very nervous, jittery market until we get some of that algo flow coming in, right? Maybe that's gonna stabilize things and give us some A+ signals, right? But I think for now, there's not much there for us. So need to remain relatively patient and try not to give anything away here. If we do get setups, right, they will come, but not until, right, this FOMC gets out of the way. So for now, for the next little hour here or so, right, we're still going to have an opportunity to maybe look at some things, right? We're going to see if we can find a little clue of how this market wants to behave post sort of Fed minutes. And then let's talk about, a variety of topics, do a little Q&A. We can kind of go through a bunch of stuff. So if you guys have any questions about trading, right, psychology, account management, things along those lines, let's go over it. Let's kind of fire through some of those points and see what we can kind of go through. But for the next little bit, right, we're not expecting a market that's going to be very conductive for trading, right, sort of next hour. And then hopefully we can get a little bit of follow through, a little bit of volume, kind of post Fed minutes, and then going into power hour. So that's sort of the game plan here for this afternoon. We'll see how things come together. Basically need some of this consolidation, right, to essentially sort itself out. Another very small range day. So we basically need I think really pretty much need just a news narrative here at some point to kind of get things going back together. So pretty happy with how the day's gone, right? We're 4 for 5 this morning, right? Really strong action or really strong trading from us in mixed action, right? Hard to get a ton of follow through if the market's not moving. So very strong performance here from us. Very proud of everyone for the way we've traded. So we've got nothing to do, right? Nothing to force. We have no reason to get too involved, right? Unless something is absolutely perfect and we're just not going to get those conditions immediately, right? Or we're not going to get those conditions right away. So we need to be patient here. Let's see how things shape up. Let's see how this afternoon comes together, and then we can kind of figure it out from there. But looks like we could have some setups, guys, right? We do have the expectation. We just need that volume to come in, and it won't come in until after those Fed minutes. right? Even if something does break down here, right, the volume standard that we're dealing with on these 30-minute time frames now is super thin, right? We've got nothing that's screaming outlier volume. So we need to see that volume step back in before we can have conviction behind any of these moves, right? So there's no range on the SPY. There's no range on the QQQ. So it's very hard for us to trust any of these breakouts or breakdowns on thin volume, right? There's no strength behind any of these moves yet, which is why we're getting quick fakeouts, right? Why we're getting quick reversals, because it doesn't take a big order to change the flow of the market. So we need to be very patient waiting for this volume to return. When it does, we've had a lot of setups today, right? We've had way more than normal. So we have a really good expectation of there being some volatility, of there being some action. Let's just not get too carried away here, right? Let's not get too attached to any price action, right? We are green on the day. We're sitting on a really nice green day. So we don't need to overtrade here, right? We need to wait for the perfect setup to come to us, not kind of go hunting for the right, not go hunting for the perfect one, right? The way trading works is the more you look, the easier it is to find a setup. And so we want to be careful that we're not trying to talk ourselves into a trade, right? We're not trying to compromise our system, or we're not compromising our edge just because we're a little bit bored and we can't sit on hands, right? This is what we have to do. A lot of trading is just being, not doing anything, right? Just kind of watching the market, waiting for your moments. As traders, we don't get paid for our time. We get paid for our decisions. So it's important that we build ourselves a system and get used to working on that system, right? Where it isn't time dependent, right? No one cares how many hours you put in. People only care about your P&L ultimately, right? That's the only thing that matters end of the day. So do whatever you can to protect that. That's got to be your number one priority. And trading more, right, in a choppy market is not going to give you a bigger edge, right, when things are challenging. So we need to be very patient. We need to be very disciplined, right? And we'll see if things can set up. But guys, we need to keep reinforcing, right, these good habits and keep kind of compounding 1% wins in our accounts, right? And getting 1% better individually as traders, right? So improvement isn't an overnight thing, right? It happens kind of slow and steady. So it's important to kind of realize that, be okay with it, and then, kind of see at the moment, right, that things maybe aren't super busy. If you really want to trade, if you're super motivated to get some action in, awesome, right? Switch to sim. Trade the same sizing. Don't screw up your risk management, right? Test ideas that you wouldn't have, but don't let that boredom cost you money. That's a rookie mistake that can be really avoided, right, by just turning on your Xbox. So if you're really bored and you got to walk away, no worries, right? Not the end of the world. It's important to be able to manage our accounts, manage ourselves, and not force ourselves into trades because we don't need that action, right? We need to stack up consistent wins, not stack up consistently busy days, right? So remember, we get paid for our decisions, not for our time. So put yourself in a situation where you're consistently making a good decision. JPM very much starting to look like a bull flag here, right? Maybe not today, but one to look out on for the next maybe week or so. So really nice bull flag here off this bounce. Be looking for a breakout over this like 160 area. Test that 161.20 and then towards that 165. This will be getting added to the watch list or for names to watch over the next little bit. No, I try not to. I do use the chart trader with the option charts, right? Just like to drag and drop my stop loss. But otherwise, no. They're really slow sometimes to load up. So I struggle to rely on them. If you're swapping between charts, they can be an absolute, oh my gosh, yeah, absolute disaster to deal with. So I use TradingView for all my charting, and then pretty much just have like a little like a little square basically that I use to execute my trades on Interactive Brokers, and then a very, very small chart where I can just have my my stop loss right set where I can drag it, and then when I enter orders, right, if I have a limit order, I'll sometimes drag it and try to get a fill or something like that. But otherwise, no, the charting sucks. It's like it's a notorious problem with them. So yeah, I highly recommend just using, yeah, just using TradingView or your charting software of choice. Um, yeah, it's super frustrating. It's super annoying, but it's the only thing that sucks about Interactive Brokers. Everything else about them, I find to be an absolute pleasure. So I'm willing to compromise. So we've had a lot of fake outs here today, right? We've had a ton of them, right? So we've had a ton of fake outs here today, like Facebook, right? Really strong volume profiles, right? Back inside the Bollinger Band, just not able to sustain any of this action. So we need to be very careful here today if we do catch any move, right? That we're not getting too attached, right? That we're not falling in love, because all we have here today so far, besides that Airbnb, is that we get these quick little rips, right? And then it quickly gives it all back. So we have to be super aggressive when we take profit. We have to be really quick to lock in wins, and then hope we can get lucky, right? We can't assume we're going to rip to 30%. We got to just keep stacking them up. We got to keep piling up wins, right? If it has to be 10% at a time, that's fine, right? So be it. But we can't force things that aren't there in this market. So for now, guys, right, we could continue to be patient. We continue to kind of have to sit on hands here until things are absolutely perfect. And so, right, we still have this expectation we're 40 minutes away from that happening, right? Fed minutes come out 2:30. So when they do, we're going to have a good look, hopefully, at stuff then. But for now, in this short term, we don't have too much going on. So AMD, right, probably giving us our easiest looking setup here, or easiest possible looking setup here, right? But we need to see that outlier volume step in before this gets interesting. So we have 5 minutes left on this candle, right? And there's very unlikely that we're going to double this volume profile, right? So we still need to wait for that volume to step in before things get interesting. Even on these shorter time frames, we're not getting anything that's particularly outlier. So we have to kind of assume that this is still a period of consolidation or a consolidation zone. What's important to remember, though, with support and resistance trading, or when we're looking at specific levels, is that levels aren't necessarily a specific price, right? Just because I've got a line here at 144.30 or 114.30, right, or 114.29, doesn't mean that the whole market is going to be sitting and waiting for this, right? Support and resistance often works like a zone where there's a little bit of a buffer above, right? There's a little bit of a buffer below. But what we expect as we approach levels of support and resistance is we expect a reaction, right? We expect either a breakout or a breakdown. And if we have a strong reaction, right, we're anticipating a collection of volume or a flurry of buyers to come in and support that thesis, right? If you don't get that reaction, right, it's either consolidation, right? Your zone isn't perfect. You know, all these little things could potentially add up, right? Or it's a reversal. So what we're looking for on any sort of trade or any sort of setup is a breakout or breakdown, right? So a high or low breakdown, or rejection or reversal off of those highs and lows. And support and resistance and volume plus candlestick trading, right, gives us that opportunity to clean up on those plays. But we need to make sure that we're still always getting kind of that A plus reversal, right, or A plus confirmation candle. Here on this AMD, right, we are expecting this 114.30 to be an area of resistance now, right? Low of day, we've got a couple points of contact here where it's previously touched. Excuse me. Point of contact here where it's previously touched. We have a lot of pressure, right, so far throughout this day. NVIDIA have been kind of, behaving the same way going into its earnings call. There's definitely a little bit of a reaction going on here. But what we'd expect, though, right, if this level is strong, if there's a lot of interest at it, when this price breaks or as we kind of approach this level, right, we're going to see a big increase in volume, and we haven't gotten that yet. So as long as that volume remains very light and it remains kind of on the sidelines, right, we can't have very much conviction that other people are looking at our idea, that they have the same thesis as us, and that we have strength in numbers here. So we need to see volume to kind of step in and help us secure, right, or strengthen our ideas. And then once we have that sort of confirmation, right, then we can have conviction that we're going to get follow through to the downside. In between, when we kind of have, a level break, right, and on a nice candle, sure, right, it's interesting, and maybe there's a way you can develop an edge there, but you're going to really struggle to find consistency just chasing these sort of random level breaks when you're not stacking up any strength behind those moves. So there's always strength in numbers, right? And there's always value in just taking just a little bit of extra time and catching your breath before something sets up. So on this AMD, right, need to see that big volume step in, preferably something outlier, right? We get outlier volume, that means we can get outlier follow through, right? That's why we want to see that. We want to have that opportunity to kind of get that 1% move. If we can get that 1% move in the stock, right, that's usually about 50% in the option chain. So, or on the strike price, right, if you're playing the right contract. So if we can get a 1% move, right, within reason, we're going to set ourselves up for a lot of really nice scenarios. But we always need to make sure that there's that strength behind it, and then we can have that reasonable expectation of strength. So if you're not using volume in your technical analysis, or you're not using it in your day-to-day to kind of figure out what this market is doing, add it to your profile, right? Strong candles, right? Candles that look like bullish 1, 2, 3, right, should have strong volume. You wouldn't want to go to a party if they're turning down the volume as you get there, right? It's the same thing with trading. So just make sure you're always stacking up those visual clues, right? Getting as much positive information as you can, and then entering your trades with confidence. Yeah, it's starting to bounce off of here quite a bit now, right? Hey, Tom. Yeah, welcome. Thank you very much. I mean, depends on what you're looking for. So If you're a trader, if you have any issues that you're specifically stuck on, let's talk about them if you're willing to have a little therapy session in here. Otherwise, I'd probably recommend watching a trade recap or just kind of watching this live stream and seeing if we can find any setups here live. In general, right, I'm of the belief that the best way to learn as a trader is to see things as they're happening, right? In hindsight, we can see everything clearly and things look really obvious, but, at the moment or as things are kind of setting up, we can deal with a little bit of cloudiness. If you want to, and that's when you can learn, right? If you can create your consistency when things are a little bit unclear, right? It will reinforce your learning a lot faster than me coming back to you, from a trade 3 weeks ago and saying, hey, this is the trade I took, right? You don't learn as much from it. If you want to go back and look at today's trades that we took, we've taken 5 trades here today. We're 4 for 5 on the day. One really nice win. Everything else kind of just little scratch plays in either direction, right? So like little 5% wins here and there. Nothing too crazy, but one really nice play on Airbnb. So if you want to go back to the live stream, I'm happy to share timestamps with you and you can watch those through. But like I said, if you have any questions, anything that you're specifically stuck on with your trading, put them in the chat and see if I can help you get through them. Maybe minutes got leaked. This was to start at 2:30, Magnus. So I don't think that's them, but I don't see any. Yeah, I don't particularly see any news headline that would justify this. So that's okay though, right? Volatility steps in. Really good volume here off this 4 minutes into these candles, right? Already engulfing on volume. So we're starting to get some big boys coming back into play here. Right. I mean, maybe the only thing I could see is a headline I'm seeing. But it's like this is Russian-Ukrainian kind of BS, right? Where it's like Russian state media is showing that tanks are leaving annexed Crimea, but NATO and US are disputing the claim. So we've got one media reporting one thing, right? One state media reporting another. It's kind of hard to put any stock into any of these moves, right? So let's see how these things close, right? If we can get high conviction signals here, right, maybe we have a look. But, I mean, I'm not going to chase this 5-minute candle. This volume came out of nowhere, right? So let's get a little bit more context behind this. If this trend is strong or if this volume is strong, we're going to have multiple opportunities to enter. We don't need to be first here, right? We don't need to get head faked and kind of chase after this just because we're bored, right? Talked about that. That's an unacceptable outcome here. So Let's see if we can continue seeing some of that relative strength. This thing can close. I mean, at this pace, we're going to close outlier on volume as Fed minutes drop, right? So that's going to be an interesting timing. Around those Fed minutes, right, we're probably going to treat that like market open, where let that, first 5 minutes settle, and then we can kind of step in and figure it out from there. So that would be, my, no, Swanee's, I mean, it's 2:30. It's at 2:30. 2:30 Eastern. So they haven't dropped yet. I mean, unless Market Watch is wrong, but I would struggle to believe that. Yeah, I still see 2:30 here. So I think it's just a little bit of algo going, right? They're not quite dropping yet. We got another 25 minutes or so. Pretty much across the board, though, we got that kind of... Sounds good, Tom. Yeah, so if you want to work on your consistency, right, let's talk about that a little bit. Number one thing that I see traders struggle with is they let their position sizing dictate how they're supposed to trade. So for me, right, the thing that I try to preach to people, it's 3 things, right? So I teach the setup, confirmation, execution technique, right? That's one. But the other thing is dynamic position sizing. So your position sizing cannot be the same for every single trade, right? You're going to have different times where there's a different type of risk, right? Where sometimes you have a $10 stop loss, right? Sometimes you have a $20 stop loss. Sometimes you have a $1 stop loss. Why is Market Watch saying 2:30? Oh, wow. Okay, so they were released at 2 p.m. Why does Market Watch say 2:30? Either way, guys, right? Move on from that. That's fine. We're still going to wait. Nothing changes here for us, right? So we're still waiting for that A+ confirmation here that we're not quite getting off these opening 5-minute candles from that news event, right? So, Tom, sorry, back to your comment here quickly. So what you need to do, right, as a trader is to make your risk consistent, right? So to make your risk consistent doesn't mean that your position sizing is always the same. It means that your position sizing changes, right, depending on how much risk you have to take. So if your stop loss requires a $5 stop, right, or your trade requires a $5 stop, right, that's gonna have a different position sizing than something that requires a $10 stop loss. So that's number one, right? Fix your position sizing to kind of keep that number consistent, right? Never pick a number in your head that you don't want to ever lose more than, and never let yourself size more than that on your trades, right? So that's number one. Number two, people don't have an edge, or they don't trust their edge for long enough. So that for me is a relatively consistent problem that you see from traders, is where, they size their positions to live and die by each result, right? Where they're unable to kind of, where one losing trade kind of sets them back 3 weeks, right? Or 3 months, or whatever, 30% of their account, and they're just not giving themselves a chance to have a red day. Every trader is going to have a red day, red week, right? Red month, red trade, right? But it's all about how you react to those losing trades. And a lot of that is being sort of proactive, not reactive in your risk management. And then kind of last but not least, right, is always kind of entering on strength, right? So always having a plan, always knowing how you're going to trade that plan, and then entering on strength instead of just kind of entering randomly, right? That's kind of I'll teach you how to do that as a DTR trader, right? That's sort of what our edge is. And if you're able to kind of combine all of those things together, you're going to quickly go from being kind of an inconsistent to profitable trader. But it's really kind of up to you and how much you're willing to work and how much you're willing to work at it. It's a different time frame and different process for everyone. So I can't give you I can't promise you any results after a week or whatever. But if you really are focused and you really are committed to making this your life, success will become inevitable if you kind of follow those kind of core principles. So again, guys, right, a little bit of rejection here, or a little bit of a fade on this old spider, right? A little bit of a fake out to the upside, decreasing daily decreasing volume there on that 5-min candle. See if we can get a 15-min candle close that gives us that relative strength or conviction. Not quite getting that here yet. Something like this QQQ maybe, right? Really impressive 15-min volume, but we need more, right? Rejecting that high of day here, 354. So we'd like to see a little bit more come out here. Tesla, right? Good 15-min vol. Like to see if this can close as a full body candle. All these candles are looking the same, right? Very heavy wicks. So let's be patient. Let's wait for them to kind of tighten up for us. If they can, then we'll have a good look. If they can't, so be it, right? We're going to have to sit on hands. Not the end of the world. So like even under that, we talked about that 1429 being a zone a few minutes ago, right? We got a little head fake below it, right, on those minutes, and then quickly reversed up. That's always why we wait, right? It's always why we wait for these break and holds, right? On increasing volume, on a sign of conviction. We don't have that, and we don't have that, then nothing we can do, right? So Tesla, we're going to assume here got room towards that 920 area. I don't know if that's going to give us that right risk reward profile. Okay, Apple, right? Exceptional volume here. Still waiting for that high conviction 15-min close though, right? We're not getting those high conviction candles. We're getting stuff that looks kind of, more like these. We need bigger, we need more strength here, right? We need more strength. So let's look for relative strength here, right? Tesla now fading a little bit under that 910. Don't think this is a strong enough close here again, right, guys? So we're going to be more patient, right? We're going to wait for a full body close on increasing volume up and over on one of these names, right? Don't think we've gotten that right perfect candle volume combo here yet. Got a couple stuff, but they're like, B minus setups, right? They're just okay. They're not perfect. We can do better than this. So let's be patient still. We can still afford to be patient here. Good volume, though. Really, really good volume. So that at least gives us the expectation if we can get those high conviction candle closes, right? Those high conviction candle volume combos, that something can come together here for us. Apple's definitely going to be interesting here, guys, right? If this can go outlier on volume and kind of sustain, right, a breakout or full body candle towards or above those highs, right? Tesla, I mean, maybe not anymore here, right? Maybe on the 30 can give us that full conviction close here, right? So Apple maybe still has a chance here in this next $1.50. QQQ probably not. SPY probably not. So we'll be watching that closely here. We do think it has room towards that like 173.20 area, right? 172.30 and then that 173.20. I'd say those would be reasonable expectations. But we need to see this go engulfing on volume and finish as a bullish engulfing candle. We can get those two things, and that'll be a pretty nice sign of strength on this Bollinger Band breakout. And then we can look to take advantage of this strength. So for now, still need to be patient, right? We need a little bit more information here. We need a little bit more volume to step in, but we're on a good pace. If it doesn't set up, right, we still got hope on a lot of these 30-minute candle closes, and maybe that might be the more realistic option for when we can get a trade. So still going to watch this here, right? We still got another 12 minutes before those 30-minute candles close. So there is some hope here, but we do have this Apple setting up, not much else. On the 30-minute time frames, a lot looks interesting, though. So not a bullish engulfing candle, right? Not bullish engulfing on volume. So that's a failure here, right? That's not, we can't chase after this. Even if this breaks up or breaks out, right? We don't have that sign of momentum. We don't have that sign of strength. So we can't have much conviction that we're going to get follow through on this 5-min time frame. Doesn't mean the setup is dead, right? We still have these things 10 minutes away on these 30-min time frames where you could get a little bit of confirmation, right? QQQ giving us that outlier volume. SPY giving us outlier volume. Apple giving us outlier volume. Tesla, right? All these names are giving us these relative signs of strength. So let's see which one of these want to close with the strongest volume candle combo, and then we can take advantage of whatever that move is, right? If it closes as a doji, closes at, indecisive or kind of in the middle, so be it, right? Nothing we can do about it. If this Apple wants to run, so be it, right? Nothing we can do about it. We're not going to chase things that aren't A+. It's not what our edge is. So let's continue to be patient, right? Wait for these 30-minute candles to close, and then we can see if we can have a setup. So we're 10 minutes away here, guys, right? 8.5 minutes away. Sit tight. We're close. We'll see if we can get something together, but we don't need to force it here yet, right? Nothing is quite, perfect. Okay, Apple might give us that look here, right? Increasing volume here, outlier volume. We got a $1.48 to go. We're going to be at a good pace. We can exceed this sort of 14.10 volume. Give me that full body close, right? We still have quite a bit of room up towards that, say, 173.20. So this thing is still in play. Not quite ready yet, right? We're still a $1.30 away. If it doesn't give us that, then we are going to wait for these 30-minute closes. But good volume pace here, right? Excuse me, same thing in QQQ, right? Nice little Bollinger Band breakout here now. Maybe he needs to still get over that 14.10, right? Same thing like that Apple, but Apple's already there, right? So probably worth keeping an eye on these calls here now, right? Trying to see if these things want to set up for us. So we'll be looking at Apple calls here in a second. So remember, guys, right, if you are green on the day, congratulations, right? Really, really well done. Make sure you are sizing your play to not go red, right? So if you get stopped out, you're not leaving, right? You're not going from green to red on the day. We've done a lot of work today. We've been really busy. So let's not give anything away. Let's not overtrade, right? Let's make sure that we're just locking in, right, a nice, solid green day. So for myself personally, right, I'm looking at the 172.5 calls, right? 172.5 calls. And let's see if this thing can give us a little bit of strength here, right, on this close. Okay, really strong close there, right? So see this thing go red first, right? Which it just has maybe a little bit more. There we go. and then see if this thing can give us that breakout up and over. Right, looking to move above 179.50. At the moment, right, this is a 10% stop loss. So in theory, a full position size. I'm not going full position sizing here, guys, right? I am sizing down to make sure that I am protecting a green day. So I'm going to go about half sizing here. Above that 172.50. That's my entry. Sorry, not 179, 172.50. Okay, so you gotta be careful here, right? So risk reward, we might get a risk reward failure here. It's close. Can't let this thing sell off too much more here. QQQ giving us a similar look as well. So still interested in Apple here, guys, right? Still interested. It's not been invalidated here yet. Looking at those 172.5 calls still. So watching closely here, right? We're not far away. Spying QQQ, right? Giving us very similar looks. So we're in good shape here. Let's see if this thing can pop, right? We're 10 cents away. Okay, getting close here, guys, right? 5 cents. Still not in. Still not in. Okay, watch closely here. $0.05. Oh my gosh, stop teasing. Oh, 2 cents. Unreal. I still think it's coming here, guys. Still think it's coming. We're 40 seconds away from these 30-minute closes, so maybe we just wait for those, right, at this point here, right, and see where that relative strength lies, right, and then figure out which one wants to give us that strongest pop. So we're not getting that, right, with 30 seconds to go. We're not missing out on anything. So let's get this 30-minute candle to close, see if this thing can give us a little pullback and then breakout. So we're still in play here, right, still want to watch, right, nothing's really changed, right, we're just going to wait for that 30-minute candle. Okay, so I'll wait for that same thing, right? We need to wait for a little pullback here. We don't have a logical spot for a stop loss yet, right? So we need to wait for that. Unreal. So no entry here yet, guys, right? No entry. Oh, sucks with this Apple, right? Sucks. Still in play with some of these other names, though, guys, right? We still got other things that might set up, right? If we get a breakout over this 448.40, right, we've got room. Increasing 5-minute volume, right, we've got room. So we can afford to still be patient, right, guys? Wait for that perfect look. We need things to behave, right? We need things to give us that kind of little pullback when it's appropriate, and then we can jump in, right? We're not here to rush. We're here to be correct. So if we have to be a little bit late, so be it, right? We'll get that right risk-reward profile, and we'll get a chance to enter. The strongest trades give you multiple times to enter, right, or to look for an entry. So if we miss this first one, right, no big deal. Didn't give us that pullback, didn't give us an obvious stop loss, so we have to stay away, right, just as a pure system. If we can get these to close as these strong full body candles, right, high conviction, we're going to have this look here. So just be patient, hold your breath, right? Have your order ready, right? Still looking at these Apple calls. So everything's still set up, right? Ready to go, but we're just waiting for that right moment here where we can take advantage of conditions. Something like this SPY, right? Maybe it will be our better bet versus something like the old Apple here, right? We have a little bit more room up, so it could be worth playing SPY calls here instead of Apple. Let's watch this closely here, right? Maybe trying to get a bit of weakness on these 5-minute candles. There's going to be high volume rejections if they fade here, right? And we could look to play these to the downside off the top of these Bollinger Bands. So if we get a little bit of failure here, right, we could look for high volume rejections back down towards those mid lines. So in the end, right, a little bit of a head fake. So our system saving us here a little bit, right? Maybe we've gone to that 10%, but definitely looks like our system is saving us here for now. Doesn't look like any of these candles are going to close as red, though. It's really interesting risk reward profile here, right, on all these kind of sell-offs. Nasty, nasty looking rejections. Need more information here though still, guys, right? We still need more information before we want to trust these reversals. None of those candles closed red, right? If we maybe had some of them close red, we'd have a little bit more conviction that sellers have stepped in and reclaimed control here and have really defended. If we're still playing a tug of war, right? And still kind of playing this like Squid Game style, right? Where you have to drag one side into that like pit, right? We haven't really gotten a visual confirmation of that here yet across the board, right? So let's wait it out a second. We can still be very patient here, right? We've avoided a fake out here to the upside. Let's see if we can get that confirmation here to the downside and play reversals down towards these mid Bollinger Band lines, right? We haven't missed out on anything here. So let's continue to be just a little bit patient. See if something can give us just that A+ look. We have, a little bit of time here. We can afford to still be patient. We don't need to rush anything. We don't need to overtrade. So keep just working on it, guys, right? We don't need to do anything crazy here. Just need to be very, very disciplined and not be in a rush to give away our hard-earned profits. So definitely a little bit of indecisive price action here again. See where this Tesla closes. Okay, this Apple definitely is interesting here to me. It's a really tight risk reward profile for puts, right? Be looking at puts. So definitely interested in this Apple puts here, guys, right? Just setting up my order here now. Once we get in on a pullback. So let's see if we can get in on a pullback here. So if we make a lower low here, guys, I'm going to look to get in, right? Still good risk reward profile. Looking at those 172.5 puts here, and I'm going half sizing under this 172.10. And I am in, guys, 162 average price. Okay, so let's see if it has those legs, right? Definitely been testing us a little bit. So let's see if this thing can break down. Entry price 162, current ask 161. So let's see if this thing can now go for us. In good shape though, I think, guys, right? In good shape. So let's see if this thing can flush. So Tesla looks still really fragile here, right? Some of these other index names still look really fragile here as Apple is kind of testing its stop loss, right? So I think this Tesla increasing volume on this rejection. Want to be keeping an eye on this, but we're getting close to getting stopped out here on this Apple. So you need to be careful, right? Not let this thing escalate. If this thing stops you out, stop yourself out, right? Don't hold on to this thing forever. But we're still in play here. We're still in play. All right, it's not over till the fat lady sings. We have not been stopped out here yet. So let's see if this thing can come together here for us. Like I said, right, starting to feel like there's a good amount of pressure here from some of these other names. If they start to break, we're going to be in good shape, but just see if we can survive until then. Okay, let's see if this is the spot where it wants to flush here, right? Let's see if this is the spot where it wants to flush. Everything else looks really similar, so I think we are in pretty good shape here, guys, right? But let's even get that follow through here. Would like to see this starting to come together sooner rather than later, right? The longer it makes us work, the less good it feels. So let's see if this thing can go, but we're now in the green on this play. So let's even get that immediate little flush down towards that like 175, right? That kind of area. Definitely that 170, 150, right? There we go. Here's that flush, guys. So now let's even get a little bit of follow through, right? Get a bit more of a pop than this, lock in some profit, and then kind of keep taking some on the way down. But we're looking good. Now let's even get that little bit of follow through, a little bit of finish, a little bit of push here to really kind of turn this into a really nice trade. It's teasing us, right? It's teasing us here a little bit. So let's see if it can go. Okay, watch out here. All right, guys. Yeah, that's going to be myself. Excuse me, tongue twister. I'm looking to stop myself out here in a sec. So I'm out, guys. I'm out. No particularly convincing volume profiles here on any of these 30-min closes. So a quick little bounce back, right? Back to choppiness. Not much there for us here at the moment, guys, right? Not much here. 4 for 6 on the day, right? So we have 0 complaints on how things are shaping up, right? Sitting on a nice green day, right? So we don't need to do anything too crazy here. It'd be nice to find another strong setup if we can find one, but I'm not going to force plays that aren't there, right? We're getting a little bit of some whipsaw action here. Let's see where we can get some A+ candles, right? Combo setups, but not getting any of that engulfing volume here. So we need a little bit more information before I'm particularly convinced to trade some of these setups here. So Apple could start to be making a case here for an upside, right? We're looking for a breakout over that 173.20. Get the alert to trigger first and then look to see what that confirmation is like. But there's something potentially here. So indexes across the board, right? Starting to give us these breakouts here. Apple, really good volume. Probably better than QQQ, so going to be looking at this here. Apple, 172.5 calls here. 172.5 calls. So still in play here on Apple, right? Still in play. No entry here yet, though, right? We still have not entered yet. So just patiently waiting here for this Apple. Still in play, right? A little low vol pullback here. QQQ inside bar, SPY inside bar. So we're all looking very similar here again. See if we can now get a directional pop-up or breakout here. So I'd say for now, right, probably a risk-reward failure here on this Apple. At least short term. Don't like this lower low here. So it makes it hard for us to chase this, right? Not getting any significant follow-through in either of these names or in any of these names. So need to respect that, right? Not need to chase this up. And let's see if something else will come together here. But guys, we're sitting on a nice green day, right? We're 4 for 6. We don't need to do anything else. We're just trying to add a few little cherries on top here, right? Nothing crazy. It's a really, really successful morning for us. So we don't need to do anything nuts, right? Let's continue to be patient, right? Let's see what will set up for us in that A+ fashion. But we're just not quite there on anything here. Too much of a pullback now on some of these breakout names, right? Or continuation breakout names. So I need to be a little bit cautious here moving forward. Might be setting up another rejection attempt here, guys, right? There might be another look at that if possible. But we need more conviction again, right, on these candles. We're not there yet. So how did everyone's trading day go today? DTR guess, how'd your trading day go? You green on the day, Jonathan, or you scratch, you red? How many trades did you take? Yeah, that's fair. Pretty choppy day, right? A lot of our early wins today, or at least mine. I don't know if you caught our trades this morning, but a lot of our plays today have been like 5% or 10%, 7% rip, and then quickly sells off and comes back to reality. I've had a lot of those kind of moves today. So been rewarded for locking in really quick profit and then moving on. Not really getting much like easy sustained follow through right on anything else. It's the way it goes sometimes though, guys, right? Way it goes. Nice. Which calls did you play? Stopped out protecting entry or something else? Nice. That's great. Let's go. Congratulations. Because this is a market that doesn't want to, right? We still have a lot of froth, headline froth, right? This issue in the Ukraine is not simmering down, right? Those reports that we got yesterday of that troop movement, right, easing, still don't really have any confirmation of that, right? And we're still getting drills or a lot of sort of drills until the 20th of the month of February. So we have still some expectation of some volatility of some nervous market participants. And within context, right? If we go SPY here, not exactly big volume days last couple, right? So we're getting just range bound days with thin volume. So we don't have anyone stepping in to pick a side, right? No conviction in either direction. So that's what we're waiting for. As long as we're stuck waiting for that, we don't have much else to do. For those of you who checked us out for the first time today, thank you so much for checking out DTR Wednesday. I live stream all my trades every single Wednesday for free. Otherwise, right, I live stream all my plays for DTR members exclusively here. Yeah, I'm on the mic, right, Monday through Friday, 9 to 4. I take a little bit of time for lunch, but I talk you through all my setups, all my plays live as they're going on. If you guys are ever interested in starting a free trial or anything along those lines, you can look in the description down below for your free 7-day trial. So tell them if you're interested, right? I know you mentioned earlier you're looking to learn, right? If you want to join us for a week, right? See if it's for you. You have a risk-free trial and you can kind of check out what the DTR advantage is like. I talk through all my plays, all my setups, everything kind of as it's kind of going down. And then it's really up to you how far or how much you want to take out of it, how many questions you want to go, if you want to follow my trades, whatever. But I try to teach members sustainable, simple, proven winning habits and methods. And I think a lot of my members have seen quite a lot of improvement. Not necessarily immediately, right? Sometimes it takes time, get the flow of things, but they've seen a lot of improvement throughout their sort of membership. I am running a promo, so if you do join with a friend or you refer a friend, I will refund 50% of your first month. So once you kind of pass that free trial, I'll refund 50% of your first month for both you and your friend. So if you join with someone from the chat or anything along those lines, you guys exchange emails, right? Send me an email and I'll get you guys both refunded once you join. But other than that, guys, right, this is what DTR is like day in, day out. Maybe not the most successful of afternoons here, but all in all, right, very, very successful day here, 4 for 6 in a very choppy market, catching really nice wins, some small stop losses along the way, right? Airbnb, fantastic little winner for us today, right? Fantastic little ripper, and we'll keep hoping that we can keep getting some follow through, as sort of the rest of the week kind of sets up and behaves. But really strong day here, guys, right? We traded pretty well, so I can't complain too much about how today went. Yeah, I wish maybe the afternoon was a little bit stronger. So, there's definitely some regrets there, maybe how we traded. But all in all, guys, I'm really happy with how we behaved. We sized down our positions in the afternoon, right? We really managed our risk. We didn't take any dumb shots, and we just made sure we kept putting ourselves in the right spot. And Tom, if you do join, I don't know if you have a full-time job or what your deal is. No judgments either way, right? I don't care. But I have a Discord server, so members get added to the Discord. So if you can't watch the stream all day long, you're going to get alerts before every single trade, so you'll know when to tune in. So if you can't sit and watch, right, the whole day, you can still kind of get those alerts, right, and know when to tune in for when kind of those, high intensity, high impact moments are going to be happening in the stream. Try to give members as much heads up as possible. Obviously not always possible for every single trade, but more often than not, I am able to do that. And hopefully get you kind of snowballing in the right direction. For those of you who are new to DTR, new to the channel, I have a few free resources that are available for everyone. So if you subscribe to my YouTube, I post a daily market minute, right? Usually a couple minute video of kind of everything I'm looking at today, key levels, how I plan on trading them, things along those lines, right? A little technical analysis, breakdowns for every name. So I do that every single morning. And then inside the description there, you'll find a link to the Day Trader's Guidebook. And in that guidebook, right, you kind of get my kind of technique, right, on how to build a strategy, right? Little basics. I'll show you guys what it looks like. So it looks like this, right? And it'll teach you the setup, confirmation, execution method. And it's a handy little kind of guidebook that you can kind of just hold right beside you on a trading day and maybe kind of get a good view on how to build your strategy, right? Or kind of what to look out for as part of the setup, confirmation, execution methodology. But definitely a couple free resources. And then on my YouTube page, if you go to my playlist, there is a trade recap page. And I upload sort of any play or any trade that, I had good action on, right? Like 20% or more. I tend to post all my trade recaps of and edit those up kind of in real time. So if you ever want to watch through any plays or anything along those lines, they're always there for you to see. And they're always going to be free for everyone. So, anyone have any questions about today's trading day? Realistically, guys, I don't think we're going to get any further action here today, or at least nothing that I'm going to have any high conviction chasing. So, any kind of questions about today's action? Anything we looked at? Any of the sort of the concepts we talked about? Happy to go through all those things here now. Otherwise, right, gonna start to kind of look at winding this day up. Yeah, there were a few almost today. There were a few almost. We never just got that confirmation here on this upside breakout. So we were looking for a rip over that 173.34 and never got there. And then as we were closing up towards that min, right? We're coming up towards the end of that 30-min close, so I wanted to wait for that close, right? Because we know that on candle opens or candle closes, tend to get a little bit of extra volatility and can kind of get a bit shaky sometimes. So we were just trying to make sure that we didn't avoid that. And then on that shakiness that we saw, we got a risk reward failure where it no longer made it justifiable for us to trade. We could no longer keep it a numbers game. So any other questions here, guys, as we kind of wrap this day up here? Sounds good, Jonathan. You and your friend, right, Karachi Killer, if you guys want to join, right, send me an email. You'll both get that 50% off your first month. Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. So all in all, everyone, right? Very strong day here today. 446, right? So we cannot have any complaints, right, about today's action. Really, really impressed with how we traded, right? The way we behaved, right? The way we kind of took advantage of today's market. So really, really well done, everyone, right? For not forcing any plays, for not rushing anything, for not doing anything stupid. Did really, really good job, right? Managing today's really choppy conditions. So congratulations to everyone, right, who had a strong day, right? Congratulations if you went 4 for 6 here with the DTR live stream. That was a ton of fun. For those of you who want to join DTR full time, you can start your free 7-day trial at www.dtrtrading.com/join DTR, right? Link is down in the description below. You can start your free 7-day trial with us. Like I said a few times to a few members, right? If you want to join with a friend, you'll both get your first month 50% off, right? So if you're interested in that, right, offer that promo here to anyone. Otherwise, guys, right, I live stream all my trades 7 days a week exclusively for DTR members. So if you want to trade like this day in, day out and get a hedge fund trader's advantage in this choppy market, join below. Otherwise, guys, that's going to be it here for today. Not really going to get any action here with this 15 min to go, and not going to put myself on a clock to sort of trade this end of day rush. So very happy with today's action, right? Finished up almost a little bit over 1%, right? 1.04%, 446 day, like I said, and mostly just that Airbnb trade, right? Kind of pulling us through everything else sort of pseudo scratch. So really, really well done, everyone. Congratulations. And thank you so much for making this DTR Wednesday an absolute blast. Same deal like always for everyone. If you guys have any questions about your trading, right, about DTR or anything specific to sort of your troubles that you're having as a trader, hit me up on Discord or Twitter, and I'll get back to you guys as soon as I can. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the day. Hope you guys had a blast, learned a lot, and we'll talk to you guys all soon. So thank you so much, everyone, and have yourselves a great afternoon. Peace.